Morning all, and welcome back to the second day of deliberations, and Councillor Mackle's on his way. He's just running a little bit late, so he'll join us very shortly. Welcome to all the staff, councillors, and all those who are listening in at home. We're going to start off with the fees and charges and airport charges first. So we have a plan we've consulted on. I'll hand over to you, Mark, Renee or Leanne, take us forward.
Thank you. I'll give you a quick overview of the feedback that came out around this particular topic. So this was one of the topics that emerged out of the consultation. So essentially it was around the implementation of a new airport charging regime, changing the current touch and go system to a fixed wing training circuit charge. In terms of the material, so if you look in the general summary of feedback from pages 53 on, that talks about all the submissions and officer comments against those particular submissions. So there's 54 submitters on this particular topic, one in support and the majority opposed. This just sets out the general reasons for why people supported or didn't support this topic. So obviously the single submitter who supported it thought the charges were fair. In terms of the other reasons, it was essentially around the approach to setting fees was flawed. So supporting the existing approach, whether we should look at charges around different types of aircraft, that the proposal would place an unfair burden on recreational users and potentially lead to disincentives to using the airport. Another big topic was around perception that the changes would compromise safety at the airport, which you heard through some of the submitters who came to talk. Some of the key points that were made, so it was really from the submitters in terms of why they asked, or why they were opposed, I suppose, was what was the justification for the fee increase, where did it come from? Lots of questions, I guess, around implementing the new approach versus what the existing approach. The age-old question, I guess, around how the airport should be funded, whether the sort of funding split that applies and what portion of the airport should be funded publicly as opposed to through the users. And also a question around whether there was potential options around changing the operating model of the airport with a new entity taking some responsibility in that. So I'll pass on to Leanne, I think, to do this particular one.
So good morning everyone. Before I hand to Renee being our subject matter expert, I just want to clarify that we heard a lot also around our leases. The leases are not part of the long-term plan. The lease arrangements are a confidential arrangement between the landlord, being council, and the tenant. So that conversation we will not go into in detail in a public arena.
Just on the leases, Liam, all we're talking about is we're reviewing the land. We don't own the buildings, we only own the land underneath them.
Correct.
Yeah.
So with that, I'm going to hand over to Renee, unless she wants me to talk on numbers.
Great.
Good morning. So just wanted to clarify, what does landing fees actually represent? This is the user pays part of the contribution to the airport. So if we have a look at, so the last full year of data that we had is from the 22-23 financial year. So in that year, we got $10,155 worth of revenue. And if we break it down into, well, what does that equate to in terms of landings? We had 3,155 landings. So if you divide what we got for the income versus how many landings that we got, and assuming this is based on a typical recreational aircraft at $12 a landing, you're looking at about $3.22 per landing. If you further break that down into your movements, being a landing, a takeoff, touch and go, missed approach, that kind of thing, you're actually looking at 5,578 movements. So the user contributes to the airport $1.82 per movement. Just further to that, as Ashburton Aerodrome is an uncertificated aerodrome, we're actually required to provide the Director of Civil Aviation Authority an annual report of the traffic movements at the airfield. So that's provided for in the Civil Aviation Rules Part 139505. If we have a look at what that movement data actually costs, we're looking at about $1.48 per movement. Just remembering that the income that we're receiving is $1.82 per movement. And it's costing us just to do that part of the compliance, and that's only a small part of the compliance for the airport, at $1.48 per movement. So if you look at that per landing, you're looking that we've received $3.22 per landing, but in order to meet our compliance cost of reporting to CAA, that actually costs us $2.62 per landing. So there's not a great deal, and in fact, if you're just looking at landing data, we're only contributing about 59 cents per landing to go towards the maintenance obligations at the airport. In terms of the rental contribution, so 32,000 does relate to the rental that we receive at the airport, and as Leanne has outlined, this is a contractual process that is started at the very start of a term between the landlord, as in council being the landowner, and the person that wants to build a hangar on council site. And so those terms are agreed at the very, very start of that arrangement. The terms that would normally be agreed in a lease arrangement is what the rental is, what the frequency of that rental review would be, and how we would determine how we decide what that rental will be assessed at each year. So it might be CPI, it might be market. So, and it also kind of outlines key terms like who pays outgoings. You know, is that the responsibility of the landowner or is it the lessee? So these key terms are actually decided at the start of an agreement, and council is operating in accordance with those terms that were agreed by those two parties at the start. As Leanne has mentioned, this is outside of the process of the long-term plan, but I can assure you that we are actually following due process for that. The total cost for the airport is $155,000, which
Just got one question, Renee. Sorry to
sure.
interrupt you.
And it's probably a question of clarification. I have two questions actually, but one is clarification. We're saying it's outside the terms of the long-term plan, and yet we encourage people to submit to the long-term plan on pretty much whatever they like, and a lot of people have chosen to submit on this topic, and now we're being told we can't really talk about it.
On the land rental.
Yeah, but I think what they submitted on was the percentage of the increase they weren't happy with. And I don't think we need to get into the specifics of, you know, Bill Smith's paying 10,000 and we're going to up it to 15,000. I think the main thing we got was the size of the percentage increase is what they're not happy with. And I think maybe we do need to talk about that because that seemed to be the theme that came through.
Yeah.
Again, sorry.
Hamish?
I can just briefly comment. It has all collided at the same time as the LTP process, so it's not surprising that it's being mentioned at the same time as the landing fees. And in fact, when some representatives of the airport users met with, and I've had many meetings with Leanne and Renee and her team, but I've had one with them as well. It was very clear that the hangar rentals. The disagreement with the hangar rentals was based on a valuation that we had received that the user group disagreed with. And we encouraged them at that meeting to obtain their own valuation, because it's easy to criticise one valuation and they may or may not be correct, but we ask them to get an alternative valuation, and then the parties can sit down and say, okay, well, here's a very normal commercial property process here, there's different valuations, where's the meeting of minds, do we need a mediation process to resolve that, where does that head? Now, my understanding is we either have only just received or have not quite yet received the alternative valuation on which to continue to progress those commercial discussions with the hangar owners and users. So that's why that process is a little bit outside the landing fees, but it has got horribly tangled up with the same issue because the same people have got concerns about both, and one conversation tends to canvass both, and submitters canvass both, and council's hearing the issues about both all at the same time. But technically, Renee's correct. The hangar rentals are a negotiation with the lessee, not something that's in the normal purvey of the LTP, and certainly not the same as fees and charges associated with the landing fees.
So they have brought it up to the long-term planning process and submissions and talked about it. So
Yep.
I think that gives us the sedge way to talk about it.
Yeah.
And I asked one submitter, where is your valuation? And the valuer was crook. It should be here soon. They've had plenty of time, but it's still not here, I don't believe. Have you got it yet or not? You haven't got there one, no. And then I asked the question, how much do you pay for your rental of that land that the lease is on? They can't tell me, or couldn't tell us. So 75% increase proposed does seem a lot, but 75% on what? And I still don't know what that is. So, but we should, so in a different process with a landlord and a leasee process, which is documented, written down in the lease agreement, but they have raised it here.
That's right, and that's absolutely true. And just noting the way you've described that is very accurate, but the process hasn't yet finished.
No.
So we are still discussing and negotiating the lease reviews with the lessees, and the next step is clearly to compare different valuations to see whether or not the concerns about council's valuation is valid.
And if they're miles apart, then there's a process to go through then to get conclusion.
Correct.
They've had, when was this process started?
At the start of the year,
A year.
yes, start of this year.
this year.
Oh, started this year, sorry. So we're now May, 5 months later, we still have not got the evaluation.
Correct.
And that is standard part. So we've followed council's resolution to go commercial, but when they raised concerns about our valuation, we did go back to our valuer and we've supplied that to you. So we really need that. And even then, if they were miles apart, we would come back to council because we will follow council's resolution of a commercial valuation. And if there's something we can't resolve, we'll come back to council.
Yep. Thank you. No, sorry, carry on. Oh, who's on? Oh,
Yeah,
lady.
just a question, thank you. Just on page 56, the second from the bottom, there is a person there tells us that he's paying rates as a local rate payer, plus rates around $1,300 at the airfield and also $8,000 for the lease of the land. Why is that? Does he has a big hangar or how is it working? Looking at that, not knowing what it is, that's about $9,000-$10,000.
So the valuation is based on the market value of the land, and it's unimproved. So depending on the size of the area that they lease, it's relative to that. And the lease agreement will advise whether rates are payable by that party. So it looks as though in this instance that it would be. I don't really want to comment on particulars,
No, that's fine.
if that's okay.
Yeah, no, just one.
Richard?
I'm looking at this and just trying to understand what was the budgeted number for landing fees that we'd put in for the 24-25 year? What was the, and the same for the rental contributions. I'm looking at the minutes from the meeting back from the airport users meeting, and it all tallies up, and I'm just trying to understand the revenue streams
so through the chair, we budgeted for this new financial year 15,000 in landing fees, 32,000 in rentals, and then a requirement of general rates to top that up.
So those two numbers are really the 15,000 and 32,000 number would cover most of the submitters. That's where their money's going, that's what they're concerned about. And,
Correct.
and we're trying to obviously make them as big as possible to reduce the burden to ratepayers. That's correct, isn't it?
Correct, and to follow the revenue and financing policy.
With the budgeted for the landing fees, how many, because there was talk of this $200 that's chucked around quite a bit, how many people pay this fixed fee?
For this financial year, there's 33 people that pay an annual fee. And I'm going to get into a bit more detail in the next couple of slides that talks through that.
Yeah, carry on.
And just going back to other costs there where we talk about overheads. So overheads, which will always be a bane no matter who you argue with, but the reality is we've budgeted 64K in the new first year one of the long-term plan. Now that's a lot of the property team's work and time, my time, Renee's time, Caitlin's time, and the rest of the team, and the work we do, whether it's managing the leases, managing compliance, managing the land, managing queries, doing the work we're doing today, sitting here, and so on and so on. So that, and there's a tiny bit to allow for the finance team and managing the rates, etc. out there, which is standard process of what we would do in any of our businesses. And whether you're a direct business or a council business, those kind of costs will arise.
What was that cost, say, a couple of 2-3 years ago for overheads?
This year that we're in, we budgeted 81, and if I recall correctly, we did the year before, but we actually only charge, because we charge actual, it works out on what our costs come. I want to say, but I haven't got the figures in front of me, it was around 60-ish.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, and if I could just address the, there was discussion or feedback that the airport movements are down by 1,700 movements. We actually don't agree with what's been provided. And we thank Neville for providing some follow-up information. The information that they've compared it to is, it doesn't align with where our fees and charges are actually being applied from. So the data that's been provided was from March 22 to February 23. That's where they found, that's where they're getting their figures from. So what I've put up on the screens here is the actual movements here. So if you have a look at the differences down the bottom. So the reason why we put 8 periods is because that relates to the same data that was provided to the group. And the movements were down by 763 and the landings down by 493, meaning, and the touch and goes down by 275. Now we've had 10 periods, that number is further reduced. So the movements are down by 149, landings down by 101 and touch and goes down by 53. So that actually, it did make us think, well, you know, is there a perception issue that the fees and charges representative of the touch and goes is having an impact on the people that use the airport? So what we did is we had a look at the data for our annual fee holders because they're not affected by those fees and charges changes. They have paid a set fee last year and this year. So in terms of the 22-23 year, they had 1,451 landings, which averages out to about 32 landings per user per annum. And then when you look at, and we had to prorata this for this current financial year, but there was 721 movements, landings, and that equals 26 per user per annum. So there is a decrease of about 6 flights per user per annum. So that might be representative of other factors that are affecting the ability to fly. Potential impacts that we could think of is fuel prices for one. So I had a look at the AOPA website and that indicated that both the Jet A1 and the Avgas fuel, it follows similar numbers to, or similar patterns to how our domestic fuel operates. So, and I think we've all felt the pain at the fuel pump.
Oh, yeah, something. please.
Caroline?
Have we seen this information on the wall?
No, this
Through
is an
the-
explanation to the
Yeah,
submitter's
I
claim.
understand that, but
Yeah.
we haven't seen this prior to today.
Oh, no, we've prepared it for
I'm
today.
finding it very complex to, I can't see those numbers on the wall, Renee, when you talk to them. I can't get that in 2 seconds.
I think what we've got here is an understanding. We were told through the submission process 1,700 is the
That's
number
right.
that is down. And the information we got here is saying it's not 1,700. It is down, but the numbers don't really matter. It's just proving that the numbers are down, but not as much
No,
as they say.
but I understand that the people that got the numbers down got it from the council. Got those
No.
numbers, well, they said they did.
They, through the chair, they did, and I can share that data. But what they got 3 years worth of numbers, and what they did was they used 8 months of the 21-22 year, and 4 months of the 22-23 year.
So the 23 year got better.
Hang on, Carol.
Before we had even done anything to change our fees and charges, and what that reflected in the comparative 4 months of March, April, May, June 22 to March, April, May, June 23. So before we'd put in new fees and charges, we were actually down 1,000, just under 1,000 landings.
So you attribute 1,000 landings not to fees and charges, but to some other matter.
That's the only conclusion I can draw. It could have been we didn't have as many events in that 4 months year on year, and that's the hard bit about measuring against cross years. So what we compare is 2 financial years, which is giving you a full 12 months of a financial cycle. Because, for instance, in March of this current year that we're in right now, our numbers are up because there was a couple of events on. Every year at the airport there is at least a couple of events. So the cleanest, fairest and most impartial way is to measure 2 12-month cycles year on year, and it reflected the fees increasing because we increase our fees as of 1 July.
Can I ask more for clarification? So, okay, 12 and 12. Okay, I understand that. So the fees, the movements are still down, 12 versus 12, but not as significantly as we've been advised.
Correct.
We were also advised in verbal and in written submissions that the council would not supply this information to them. Have you only just got this information?
So the information was requested 2 days before the meeting, and we were unable to anonymise the data in order for it to be presented at the meeting. So what the group had done is they brought the data along, but we couldn't verify. So what their data, and it's shown here, it's based on the years being in the assessment being done. So the reason why it wasn't accepted on the day is because we weren't able to verify that data. Had we been able to have a wee bit more time that we could do that, we could have had this conversation prior to the meeting.
So, one more question. So, this data and their data, airport users' data, now align. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, it does, but they are using cross years, and that's where it got difficult, and I can submit that to you. I can send that data at a later stage.
It would be good, because I just need a bit of time to think about that.
And also noting that in our briefings, we do produce this in a graph for each meeting.
The highlight here is the movements are down, no matter whose
Correct.
data you look at.
But when I project out for the final 2 months of this, we were down 113, and they were in the touch and goes for this year on year.
Right, which is good data. Thanks, Rob.
Thank you. Just for, it's my understanding that the 1,700 figure that's been waved around was asked by Neville, etc., through a meeting which was given to them well before the submission process. As you just said, Neil, it was given to them well before. There had been plenty of time for clarification of that figure before the submission. Why is this just coming up now and thrown now that that submission stage has gone? And my second question is, there's been a lot of you've tried to compare to other airports, etc., against the airfield, which Ashburton is. Why are you not comparing apples with these guys?
Hamish.
Certainly the first question, I think the answer rests around we're trying now to explain to council why officers don't agree with the 1700. The submitters have continued to maintain that movements are down 1700. They still presumably believe that based on the data they have. They referred to data that we supplied to an activity briefing in one of the submissions. So they have calculated the 1700 and believe it to be right. What we're doing here, on the basis of having heard that again last week from the submitters, is explaining to councillors that officers don't hold that view, but the submitters still hold that view. So that's the reason for explaining it to councillors in this form now.
Let's obviously they go off then, Rob.
Oh.
Just leave your light on until we finish, Rob. Then you be confused.
Yeah, what I'm trying to say, Hamish, is there has been plenty of time between that meeting and there was other meetings asked for by the group between now and when the submission process happened. These figures are coming out now. Those guys haven't got a counter to come back to for that now. It's unfair, in my view.
Well, all we're trying to do is explain why we think the 1700 is incorrect.
Yeah, and as you say, the numbers are down regardless.
Indeed. And I'm sure it's going to come up. The movements are down to some degree.
Yep.
But the thing to relate that to is the revenue. I'm sure we're about to explain that the lower number of movements and the impact that has had on revenue, which again is not
yes.
exactly
I've also come to Renee was saying that movements are down because of fuel. I disagree with that. The guys out there are bitter with what's been happening. It is now a nationwide talking point amongst pilots and airports about what is going on here. The movements are down because basically they are pissed off.
Well, all we're trying to say is the movements are down for those paying the annual fee, whose charges haven't changed at all, and their movements are down as well. So it is conceivable that there are multiple reasons why movements are down, some of which is no doubt related to the claims around dissatisfaction with some of the landing fees. But for those fees that haven't changed and those movements are also down, there is clearly something else driving that as well. So it'll be more complicated than a linear explanation for this has caused that. This no doubt is partly true for some users. I'm not saying it won't be, but there are other reasons as well. It won't be just this, that. It's complicated. Now the second part to your question, I'm sorry, I've lost track
About
of.
airfields, airports around the
Yes, maybe Renee can answer that.
We actually have a slide further on that actually covers something that Lockie
We're only
Airport
halfway through
Management
the
Group has
slides.
done.
So. But councillors, if you're asking questions and you think you might have a second question, don't turn your light off because it's going to take a while. You'll have to line up again to come back in on the for your touch and go.
Well, that was clever. So I'm just looking at the email. So councillor's got an email from Neville on Sunday with all the numbers. So the Ashburton Airport movement data, it's got the Ashburton District Council logo, etc. on, and that sort of adds up to 1705. But I was just looking at, so you've got movement number, then you've got landings and touch and goes. The landings and the touch and goes, if you add those two together, that should equal the movement number, shouldn't it? But they're all one or two out. So it just seems like it's, I don't understand it. It doesn't seem like it's correct information. So
We can check that, but this is the data we send to CAA. So if you look at the email you got from
you've
on
received
Sunday,
it as well. Yeah.
if you look at that one, you can see where he circles the 12 months, and you'll see it crosses 2 years, and the final 4 months are in the last financial year in the year before we've touched anything with touch and goes. And just to clarify, Councillor Mackle, we did meet with, when we realised this data was crossing the years and was not 12 on 12, and again, when I met with Neville, who supplied this information after their presentation the other day, he acknowledged that I had already confirmed that with him, that he was not comparing apples with apples, and that there was more reasons for this lack of movements than just price. So he acknowledged that to me, and we have gone back multiple times. So we are very open and transparent with our data. All we had asked for was time to verify his numbers, and until we got that clarity like we were getting, it was hard to find that 1,700.
But his 1,700 is actually correct over a 12-month period, but over 2 financial years.
100%,
Yeah.
but it's also before we had touched the fees and charges
Yeah, so
that
you
caused the
can't-
upset.
So you can't say that it's down 1,700 because of fees and charges,
No.
because some of them are in another financial year where it was not, they were a different structure to this year. So it's interpretation of the data, and I think we understand it all now.
That makes really good sense. The other question I had, is our fuel reasonably priced? Because we heard from a couple of submitters who said, I come into Ashburton and fuel up because that's the best place to go to fuel up. So is our fuel, do we set the, no?
No, through the chair, we don't have any control over the fuel providers' prices. Currently, Avgas is charging $3.77 per litre, and Jet A1 is $2.39 a litre.
Richard?
I'm just trying to work through, just understand the numbers you've got up there. So at the moment, a touch and go, I think the fee is for every 4 touch and goes you pay $10, is that right? And so I'm just trying to understand how we get the 13,000 from the if we use this, say, July to April 23-24, total movements of 4,554. Some people will have paid the fixed fee of $126, and that as you sort of said, there was 33 people at 26 flights in the recent time. That gives you X amount of flights, which are they're getting a lot cheaper than the other one. So that all those differences add up to your 13,000. So if you've done any work on how many people you'd need to be paying, say we said $200, like or just using these of numbers, $50 at $200 is 10,000, and then the casual guys on top could give us more income. And I think that's one of the suggestions that that the users are making, isn't it? That
We sure have.
Yeah.
So just up on the board there, you can see that we did some modelling to try and work out, well, could we get a... this is basically 3 different scenarios. I know it's very, very small, but I think the point of this is to actually look at, where we could make those numbers kind of work for an annual fee. So on the very left-hand side, that's looking at a $200, the middle is a $300, and the very right-hand side is a $400 fee. So basically for this to work, you've kind of got to have your swings and your roundabouts. So your unders and overs, if some people fly less, then that covers the people that fly more. So that it kind of averages out and it works out to be okay. In terms of those figures, you can kind of see that even at $400, there's quite a big substantial people that are still benefiting. When we actually look at the numbers, the numbers, if you look at the proposal of, say, $200 a week, if you break that down to a weekly rate, you're looking at about $3.85, and that gives unlimited flying of the airfield.
Renee, can we just describe the yellow and the blue? Because we can't actually read any of it. Yep.
Okay.
No, I have to do it with the speaker. I don't know which is which.
So the blue is where they fly less than the $200. The orange is where they would fly substantially more than the $200. So you've got
that's
the
not
blue,
money. That's numbers of users.
This is the numbers. So if you look at the $200, how many would use that allocation up, or how many would go over?
Yep.
So your blues is your unders, your orange is your overs.
So as the price goes up, the overs get less.
Correct, and the orange are the ones that benefit.
So the difficulty that we've got here is it's the outliers that probably cause the most challenge for us. So if we look at just one of the higher recreational users, their total movements was 298 movements. So if they're paying $130 for their annual fee, which is what they're currently paying now, well, as I said before, we've got a cost of compliance, which means that we have to report numbers to CAA. There's a cost of collecting those numbers. So if we look at that person, the cost of compliance relating to the 298 movements, it's $458.92. So if you take the 130 that they've paid, it's actually costing our community to actually subsidise that to the tune of $328.92 just for the cost of compliance, and they're not contributing to the cost of the maintenance at the airport.
Just to understand that, if I may, Mr. Mayor, is it true to say, when you say the cost to the community, it's also a cost to the users who are doing less?
Yes,
it's a cost to someone else,
100%.
as opposed, like when we think community, we think ratepayer. That's not completely true here, is it? It's a cost to someone else.
It's a cost to someone
But
else.
some of that is the cost being borne by those that are flying less.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the challenge that we've got is trying to set it at a reasonable level. And you can see there with the right hand graph, there's still quite a few users that are benefiting, even if the cost was put up to $400, which is quite a substantial increase to what's being proposed at the moment. So if you look at the proposal of $200, you're looking at $3.85 a week, and that means that they can do unlimited movements. In terms of some of these users in the orange, that's their entitlement, is they can fly as much as they like. And there are some users that are absolutely maximising that benefit.
So they can do a touch and go as well on their
They can do
$200.
100%, they can
Yep.
do it all.
Gives them unlimited
Yep.
takeoff landings, touch and goes
Correct.
for the year.
For the year,
For $200.
$200.
Proposed 200. Yeah.
So if we kind of look at, given that our last full financial year is 22-23, the average movements, when you add all of those up together, the average movements is 52 for each person. So the cost of compliance is about $80 of that landing. But your average is about 32 landings if we break it down to, 32 average landings. So if we work out 121 divided by the average number of landings, you're actually looking at the annual fee holders paying about $3.78 per landing. So that's substantially less than the ticketed rate at 12.
They get a good deal then for the annual charge, is what you say?
We do.
They just don't understand that.
And that caps our income.
So the challenge with the capping, when you've got a fixed fee, that's where your limits are for your revenue. But your costs, as we've looked at one of those outliers, the cost of compliance, that's actually a direct cost to the airport, and some of the ones that are flying quite substantially. So it's challenging for us to find a fee that is going to meet both the people in the blue, because if the fee's set too high, the people in the blue aren't going to take it up. They're going to pay as they go. And then if the fee's set too low, then the people in the orange are hugely benefiting. So it's very difficult with the wide range of the numbers to actually find something that is fair.
Yeah. Richard, clarification.
I would use the analogy of a golf club. I pay a golf membership and don't use it very often. But so my shot per hit is blooming expensive, whereas someone who's out there every day, theirs is very cheap. But that doesn't matter. The important thing is the average number of golf swings per membership. So that saying there's high users and low users, unless we're going to have two strata of charges, the average is what matters, isn't it? Because the average takes into account the person who's prepared to pay the fee but doesn't fly very often. It's balanced out by the high user. So the two will actually match out. So it doesn't. If you're charging a membership, which is what we're sort of almost charging, it doesnn't matter how it's used or not. It's the average, because that's how a membership works. It's the total together. So just to confirm, so $200 it's
Yeah.
32 or 52 movements per year, flights?
The average was 32 for 22-23.
32, yeah, that's what I was.
So if I could just build on that with your golf club analogy, I know that there was some suggestion that perhaps the airport could be considered as a park. I think a golf club is probably a pretty good comparator. To join the Ashburton Golf Club, you're looking at about $760 for the full member, and the casual is looking at about $30 to $50.
Per round, yeah. Yep. Yep.
I see Tony's just sent through the slides.
Yep.
So we've got those come through via email, which is very good, thank you. So basically it's the cost of compliance that's...
Through the chair, that is
Yeah.
one of the major contributors.
Yeah.
Then you've got the cost of the maintenance. It is a grassed area, and we do have to acknowledge the wonderful job that the Aero Club do out there. We do pay the Aero Club to undertake that maintenance, but they do go above and beyond.
And with the touch and goes, so we heard a lot of submitters say that a 20-minute period was unsafe, that people were trying to get in there and do their touch and goes as quickly as they could, which safety-wise wasn't great. So if we extended that to an hour, as they're requesting, I think it's still for $12, what effect is that going to have, do you think?
I actually think that they've raised some really good safety points, and if the average lessons take about an hour, I don't think that we're going to get rid of that risk, whether it be 20 minutes, whether it be an hour. I think it's a really good point that they've raised, and that's why we're kind of thinking about that. We've actually proposed to revert to perhaps what it was before, which will be covered in the next slide. So to mitigate those safety concerns, we're suggesting that perhaps a revision to the common charging methodologies. I think it's a change in methodologies, even though these types of charging methodologies are common in Australia, they're not yet common here. So what we're proposing is, instead of the cost tonne for a period of time, is to revert to that weight-based per landing. And if you have a look in the AOPA submission, they were saying that 23% was for 1 hour or longer. So if we did keep it at that hour, then there's still 23% of people that might still feel that need to rush, and we don't want to support any unsafe practices at the airport.
Yeah, so I think we're going to hold all questions till you finish your presentation, because you answer them as we go, and yeah, we're going to be here all day if we... Don't matter, just carry on.
Okay, and then what we're proposing is perhaps, to enable pilots to retain their currency. That was the intention of a time period. It was a way to try and not. If you had a per day charge, you're again limiting council's ability to recover some of the costs that we incur per movement. So that's why we were trying to achieve a balance between what they were asking for, as in they wanted the movements, but trying to limit it to a time period so that we weren't incurring the costs. So another common methodology that's used across the country is a circuit fee, which is charged for one landing for the day. So that enables that to happen. It also balances. What we were also trying to do is realising that our locals are the ones that are actually landing at the airfield. They were actually bearing all the brunt of that compliance cost, because the cost associated with the touch and goes, every movement, was actually being, that's part of that landing fee. So it was trying to find a way that we could get people that were visiting the airport to pay a fair contribution to the ongoing compliance costs and operational management. And for the reasons that I've outlined earlier, and obviously this is a council decision on the level of subsidisation for the airport, but officers are suggesting that that we don't continue with the annual landing fee. So what does that look like? In terms of what we're proposing as a middle ground is to remove those charges and to reinstate where it was. And it's up to council whether they want to, look at increasing those charges or whether, given that officers are recommending the annual fee not be offered again, whether we kind of hold so that those fees are held for particularly that first year. When we look at, if you could go to the next one, we've had airport locky management. I know that's very, very small. It's very hard to get it on a slide. But Ashburton is where that line is in terms of relativity to other airfields. So I know that AOPA have brought up a number of airfields themselves. This is something that has been prepared by another airport consultancy company. So it's whether, council agrees with whether that should be or not.
That's the end of the presentation, believe it. So Carolyn, questions now.
Thank you. That slide, this slide here, because Tony kindly sent out the slides for us, is 2022, this officer respondent benchmarking proposed fees and charges. Does that reflect the new charges, this slide?
It does relate to 2022. We have done a bit of research to find out, well, what does that actually look like for other airfields for this long-term plan process? So if you look at Grey, and I'm just going to...
Grey Town, or what do you mean Grey?
Grey District Council, so they've got an airfield.
Sure.
When we're actually looking at, and I'm just proposing to compare it to our $12 landing, so that we're just dealing with the same kind of weight range. Grey's looking at $15 per landing, which is an increase from $13 a landing. Oamaru's suggesting a $12 per landing, that's a new weight charge. Motueka and Takaka, they're actually looking at quite a different methodology. So they are proposing a bond system. So if you have a bond, then you pay your $20 per aircraft movement, and if you don't have a bond, there's $30 per aircraft movement, and that's for a 60-minute period. Timaru is $12 a landing, Wanaka's $13 a landing. So what we're proposing is certainly in line with other airfields.
With no annual fees?
Just
every landing you pay?
Aren't Wanaka and Timaru sealed runways? And ours is a grass. That was one of the actually many of them mentioned that you can't compare a sealed runway with a grass runway.
You've also got 8 vectors. So
you've got what?
8 vectors. So there's
you mean 8 ways of landing?
Correct.
So we're charging more because there's multiple directions they can land.
Well, every airport has different offerings. So some have sealed runways, some have.
So you tried to do a balancing.
So we're just trying to work out what's a fair and reasonable amount.
Okay, can I just go a few more questions? The 50-minute, the 1 hour business, most of the people said that the lessons go for 50 to 52s, like under the 1 hour, not over the 1 hour. So the 1 hour, I think they thought was a reasonable, I've just got a headache, was a reasonable time to have it.
According to the chair, according to the submission from AOPA, it says that 23% were for 1 hour or longer. So 77% were for less than 1 hour, presumably. Correct.
So
correct.
If we have a 1
so
hour
I'm not sure that putting that time period on, if there's still 23% that are longer than that, is there going to be a rushing?
Well, there may be for the 23%, but there won't be for the 77%. I mean, we're never going to mitigate all.
Well, the only way to mitigate is not have a time period, which is what we're proposing.
Well, that's correct. But yeah, a few more questions. The the annual, the fields, the runways, are they not maintained by the airport users group?
Council pays the
Then-
Aero
so you-
Club
so
to
you-
maintain those assets.
So the implication is if we've got more touch and goes, we'll be paying more to the group to maintain the field, the runways. Is that what you're saying, essentially?
So
With
the-
the cost, the overhead, like you'll be a fixed cost. I'm guessing officers are a fixed cost. What is the variable cost in that which escalate the prices of the airport users?
So the grass is a living surface, so the more it gets used, the more maintenance you'd have to do to it.
So you will be charged for that. You can't give them a fixed cost to maintain the runways. You can't say we're going to pay you $10,000 or whatever it is to maintain the runways based on whatever usage happens out there. You've got to say $10,000 plus an extra $20 per usage or something.
We've got a contract in place which is for a fixed amount, but if there was something over and above that, it covers certain things. So if there's something over and above that, then that's when that would need to be added to the budget.
One more question, please.
Just on that, there's a lot of land out there which they use, which gives them income.
Correct.
That was my point. But and have you gone back to discuss this with them? Like, you know, if we reduce or we somehow make a more attractive offering out there, that we would expect not too great an increase in in airport maintenance. Have you discussed that with them? What that would be?
Not at this stage.
I think that's a conversation.
An airport users meeting next week, I think, which this will be discussed, no doubt. Rob.
Thank you. Mark, could you just flip back a slide, please? Another one, sorry. The revert to weight-based range per landing that you're talking about, Renee. I have a question on that. An aeroplane coming in at X amount of weight, they're all different weights, obviously. How do you work that out when you've got a chopper coming in and landing in one spot doing minimal damage and a plane that's coming in, probably making a few divots in the ground? How does that, how do you weigh that up basically? How does that work?
Good question. So basically it's like a facility fee. So whether it's the cost of using the airport, whether the airport, you've got a designation, there's still things that you have to do to be an airport. So the proposed $12 aligns with a number of other airports in New Zealand. So it's a fairly similar static charge. I understand what you're saying is that there's no runways. It's the opportunity cost of having that facility. Somebody else can't land at the same time that the helicopter's landing, if you like. But I take your point.
Yeah, there's no damage done by the helicopter, basically, that's what I'm saying. I'm still not hearing apples with apples. As Councillor Cameron was saying, what you've weighed them up against are sealed, they've got better facilities. Are those other airports maintained by the users of those airports? You've already alluded, thank goodness, to the fact that the guys out there at the moment are doing the bulk of the work and doing an extremely good job. So they're basically fixing their own mess with no real cost to the councillor, as in labour by labour input from council.
There is a cost.
Sorry, I was meaning labour input. Yeah. So they're doing all the work, and it feels like, there is no apples with apples. Is there anything close in the country to what Ashburton has out there? I'm hearing Timaru, I'm hearing Oamaru. They're not the same.
They're all different. They're absolutely all different. And if you look at the airfields that have been supplied, a lot of them are privately owned or run by aero clubs. So they're a different structure. There aren't apples to compare with apples. They are also different.
So it feels like we're just plucking fees out of the air, going with other airports, etc., with what they're charging, etc., where we haven't got those facilities. There's not that out there.
But I think the important thing to note here, Rob, is The others are just a comparison. It doesn't really matter. We know what it costs to run that airport, and we've got 50, 60, 70% of ratepayer money going in to do it. Now, that's our question. Is that okay?
Yeah,
Should a ratepayer be putting money into the airport? And if that's okay, we decide that, that's fine. But if it's not, we're asking them, we've got a benchmark there where it's 50 to 60%, I think, to be recovered, whatever that number is in our policy. And that's what the officers are trying to do, recover it by increasing the fees to make it fair for all.
yeah, but we have all the jets and stuff they've collected of the historic, museum, sorry. I don't know why I couldn't get that. We have that out there that has been developed by the users. They've put a lot of work into that. They do all that maintenance. It's done to a high standard. We bring in flyers, tourists, etc., to look at the town benefits. What do I struggle with? Why are we punishing those guys when the ratepayer is also paying for swimming pools, library, the Ashburton domain, all things that cost the ratepayer? Why are we trying to make the Ashburton airport stand on its own feet?
Everyone can use the Ashburton domain. Everyone can use the library. Not everyone can use that airport.
Everyone can go out to that museum.
And they can pay to go in.
Yes, and they can go to fly-in days. They have the armies out there doing displays. There's all sorts of things they run that the community benefits from. That is no different to any other service that councils provides in the district. And when the wheels fall off and we have no bridges or whatever in an earthquake, where are we going to be based? At that blimmin' airport. It is an asset to the district, and I feel we are punishing those users who are keeping it in the meantime to a very high standard. Why is that?
Richard.
Yeah, I'd just like to understand the range of income, because that's really what we're talking about. That's the crux of the matter, is the income that we can derive out from the airport users. So with the changes that you had 12,000 up there or something within about, what's the, we're mucking around with the fees, but we're not actually, what number are we talking about that we've perhaps got to now by changing the fees? What's your budgeted figure?
To collect from the users.
From the users, because that's the really, and they're arguing how they split it up. We're trying to extract as much money out, which makes sense from the ratepayer's point of view. And I think we had 12,000, I think, in here. 12,000 was your budget figure, 23-24, and it did. Sorry, where is it? Fees. So fees was, it was a lot less. It was 9,000. So what are we looking at here?
We're looking at about $3,000. So we're not trying to extract absolute maximum value from this, and in all reality, if we charged every single user, if we went back 20 years and charged every single user that landed at the airport $5, we'd be doing better financially than what we are now.
So aren't we better to try and get a structure that is very simple and gets to our number, and that's why I thought the 200 sounded quite good, but you try and grow the base of the 200. I use a golf club analogy, that the average user of a golf club, the more users you get, it's not about the amount of golf they play, it's about getting more users in, and then you actually get enough money in to pay. You've got 50 people in would be $10,000, wouldn't it? 50 at $200 would be 10 grand, which is not far off what we're talking about getting in total, is that right?
Yeah, if you do look at the annual fee holders, so the annual fee changed from $121 to $130, and there was a decrease of 13 annual fee holders. So I understand your perspective, but I'm not sure that you'd be able to get there with the numbers that we've got and with the disparity of the users.
Okay, yeah, that's good. And the other, was a point, I agree with the Mayor that we give the airport potentially 100,000 plus we give them the use of the grounds to make silage off for free. So effectively we do invest quite a bit in kind in some, but also in real dollars effectively.
Just a question before I go to Tony. Just on compliance, it costs a bit of money to do the compliance. Is that priced per landing, or is it just an annual fee?
It is per movement. So every time there is a movement at the airport, we need to record it so that that's provided to civil aviation. And I guess that's for the safety. What they're looking for is trends. If there's significant increases in movements, then they will probably be interested to find out why and to make sure that the safety elements are kept up to that increase.
So we pay civil aviation. It's just the cost of collecting that, is it?
It's the cost of
And
collecting
who
that.
collects that information?
So at the moment, we have someone local doing that work for us, and it's a really cost-effective solution, and they've been doing a really good job.
It's about $3 a landing.
At the moment, $3.22 per landing.
But that's average. It's
averaged
got
out.
it by the number, the cost, and
Because if there's more movements, then
Cheaper it gets.
it takes time to actually do that work. Yeah.
right. Thanks, Tony.
Thank you. Just when you look at the graph, the Westport and Hokitika are quite a lot higher than what we are, so they're small towns. So why are their fees so much higher than what we're proposing?
Everybody does it differently, and it's based on the offering. Different councils are in different positions financially to actually support aerodromes. And there's different levels of ability to actually pay for that. So there's also different levels of what's actually on offer, how much it actually costs to maintain that aerodrome. So the ones that are probably at the top there probably haven't investigated too much into what they're prepared to subsidise the airport by. And I mean, fees drive behaviour. So if your fees are too high, you're not going to get the people actually using the airport. It's a really delicate balance.
So what you're proposing to move to is a fee per landing and takeoff. Yeah. The airport users in their submission have said they would be happy with $200 an annual and $12 for the others, and that'll collect the same money, ish.
Unsure at this stage. Because it's not just a revenue discussion. You've actually got the other part of it, which is the cost of actually doing that. Because if they can fly as much as they like, then you might actually find that if we go back to this, you've got your unders and overs. In the orange, they're substantially more than perhaps what your unders are. So if you look at the higher user, if we looked at that, the compliance cost relating to them using the airport is $459. So the 200 isn't going to cover the cost of compliance of capturing the landing numbers for those people.
Through the chair, in the blue, it wouldn't be viable for them to pay a $200 landing charge because they're not using it sufficiently.
Who cares?
Well, they're not going to pay it, you can't make them, so they're going to continue at their lower one, or they're going to do the behaviour that we heard the other day, where they're going to quote somebody else's tail.
Just charge everyone $200 a year then. Use as much as you like. One landing off for 200.
I don't know if we can do that.
It's not possible because you've actually got itinerants that are coming in from other places. You can't force somebody to become a member of the Ashburton Airport.
I was just trying to relate this conversation to golf clubs, and it's true that some people play a lot and some people play less frequently, but most people don't know how often they're going to play at the time they join the club. So there's no set approach to the number of times you will land because you pay the annual landing fee, and there'll be times when you're away, there'll be times when you're crook, there'll be times where you don't use it to the same extent. So the benefits of having the ability to play many rounds of golf and be a part of the golf club are associated with the price you'll pay. And so just like Councillor Wilson might belong to a golf club and not play very often, he's still happy to do that because next year he might play a whole lot and he doesn't yet know how that's going to pan out. So there is some really good analogies around membership and paying a fee that's not solely associated with the number of times you'll use what you're entitled to. So just because someone pays a $200 annual fee, it doesn't mean they're suddenly going to land 1,000 times a week just because they can. There'll still be all sorts of other natural controls on the amount of usage. And that, to me, is the unknown nature of predicting the revenue from the landing fee. But we're all largely talking about the same amount of revenue from each of these mechanisms by any of our best guesses, and we can be proved right or wrong in 12 months' time, Mr Mayor. But we could, for example, adopt what the airport owner, the Aircraft Owners Association has submitted on, and it may well produce about the same revenue as a system that they don't like, but because we just don't actually know until we've done it. And we're talking about roughly the same amount of money either way. Is that?
It's a very good idea, which I'm thinking of, and it's their suggestion, so they must be happy with it, I would think. And we'll know in 12 months whether it's or not. But between now and Thursday, if we use $200 as a landing fee and $12 a landing, what revenue will that generate? If you can have that by Thursday for us, or as soon as you can.
Yes, and we'll have to make some assumptions around how many people will take the annual landing fee, because it's, as I say, there will be choices made by pilots around whether they think that's something they wish to do or not. So we won't absolutely know. It'll be a bit of an estimate.
The Neville and his crew know what we need to collect every year. They've come up with a suggestion to do that, which is higher than what they pay now. So I'm happy with their suggestion. Liz?
And I guess there's 53 people who will pay the $200 because they've submitted and said they will. Just a question, so that circuit fee, that is instead of touch and goes, is that correct? So you pay $12 for the day, it's not time, there's no time limit.
Pressure.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. And I mean, I don't play golf, but I do pay for a ski season's pass. And last year, I think it wasn't per day what I paid, it was per run. I think I paid about $200 per run. That's how it goes, wasn't it? That's how it goes. And
But you had the opportunity. Caroline?
Yeah, that was my analogy, the ski passes. People, after your conversation, Neil, people buy the ski pass in anticipation of going up more than the $400 worth, don't they? And they may or they may not. And we did have one submitter say they would willingly pay $200. It may be worthwhile, and they actually addressed that. It may be worthwhile, it may not be worthwhile, but it saves them inconvenience, saves them thinking about it. They can just land when they need to and go away when they need to. And I think, so essentially from the officer's perspective for that, that's easy obviously to manage, but the other side of it is the wear on the runway, which we would then have to control because that's the variable cost. But I understand that we could probably do that. I get the vibe from the users of the airport and the people that currently maintain it. I don't think that would be as significant as we
All the same people, so they will maintain that airfield.
That's right, they maintain their own, yeah. So that's in their interest to maintain it.
Gym membership we could put alongside those others as well. Lane?
Thank you. Renee, just Ringiora, we get it every time. They're cheaper and cheaper and cheaper than we are. But looking on your list, the $10 as well. Is it a different way?
Ringiora is slightly different. They do have a different operating model, but they are going through some changes at that airfield. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out over time.
Okay, thank you.
Russell?
Thank you. One of the other comments that came through loud and clear was a perceived lack of consultation with the users of the airport while all this was being done. And we have an airport users group meeting next week, and here we are talking about these fees and charges, and then we're going to go there next week and say, well, this is what we've decided. Is there an ability to park this, and I know it means we won't get everything finished this Thursday, but we did discuss that possibility before we started, to go to the airport users group with whatever we decide today and just have a discussion with them? And it'd be really cool if we could have maybe them on side before we set it in concrete, because it just has a better feeling to me than once again going back there and saying, okay, we have listened to you, we have changed a few things and tweaked a few things, but this is where we're at now, and without having their input into the variation, if you
If we
like.
adopt, suggest today, $200 and $12, it's exactly what they've proposed, so they must be happy with that. And we'll do that today, and if we'll have the airport meeting, is it next week? And our final word is the 27th or 6th of June. It could change that day.
Yes. For me personally, 200 just feels a little bit light, but yeah.
Let's go with that and that will flesh out. That's what they were happy with.
I know. Well,
And between now and Thursday, we'll get what revenue that will gather in on the assumptions. Let's see how that goes. Richard.
I just like to clarify that the maximum users, and you can't quote the numbers, the maximum users land how many times? Is it 1,000? It's in the graph with the yellow and blue one. Just because obviously the concern I have there is that person landing could be it's because the plane is registered rather than the individual. Is that correct? The plane is registered rather than the individual. So if you think that plane could be being rented out and doing lots and lots of flights, they're paying $200 to land, and many people are using it to land, whereas there should be a maximum. The $200 is great for the average user, but there's a few outliers which we're paying a compliance fee of $1 or $3 a landing. So it's actually, for that person, it's actually costing us money for them to land. So there should be a limit on the amount of landings before you trigger. It's like my internet. If I use too much internet, I get chucked into the next one up and up and up and up. And holidays up and up and up. So there should be a limit, and the limit could be $5 a landing, could be where you set it. If it worked out $200 gave you 40 landings or 50, I don't know, 100 landings. It could be, I don't know, so many landings, but there's only the top 3 to 4% that you actually have. They have to buy another $200 or something in arrears. Just as a way of us not being done at compliance.
Could I ask that we have a look at that as part
Yes.
of the work we're going to do? Because I think there are some implications around administration and efficiency and FAF for both the pilots and whoever's counting when they reach the maximum. But let us just consider whether or not there is a point, because the point is, I think, well made, but what would it actually mean in reality to now cap some of the users? Let's see what that looks like.
Phil?
Thank you. It was mentioned to me a couple of times that we are changing the way we count the movements. Is the local person staying in place? We've got no electronic whiz-bang thing coming up in the near future?
We are investigating other options to try and find cost efficiencies. But currently it is the existing party in place.
Rob?
Thank you. I think I'm starting to hear a little bit more common sense here in my little brain. Just to clarify, it's $200 annual fee for the users out there and $12 per day for as many landings as they like.
Per day or per hour? Per day.
Per day?
We're talking maybe two different things. So a casual user landing we're proposing $12.
For the day?
No, per landing. And we're proposing for circuits, that is only being one charge because that's they typically only land once.
I think the proposal from the airport
Yes.
owners, which is the one that the Mayor, I think, is proposing, talks about $12 for an hour, and you can have as many landings in that hour as you like. So if we adopted the airport owner's proposal, the $200 plus the 12 is for 1 hour with unlimited landings in that hour.
So sorry, the $200, that the annual fee, do they still have to pay the $12?
No.
It's
It's one or
just
the other.
for
So,
yes.
yep.
Yeah, understood. That's starting
Go in
to
the
sound
club or go
very good.
casual?
Yeah. And
Casual's $12 an hour, but you can land as often as you like within that hour.
yeah,
That's
yeah,
what they have suggested to us.
yes. And the $200, you're talking about golf gym, that sort of care, and totally agree with that. It's all balances out with who uses it and who doesn't. When I gave up farming, I got all crazy and thought I was going to go to the gym. I paid my annual whatever. I went probably 3 times and decided too hard basket and got fat and lazy, and here I sit. So yeah, so I'm subsidising someone that's going to use it like a Happy Gilmore on a golf thing. So yeah.
And to carry that on, if that gym doesn't get the right revenue in, they put their fees up to make it all work. So after a year, we'll analyse these again, no doubt. We will do.
I like a bit more common sense. Sounds good. Thank you.
Right, Russell?
Commercial users, we have top dressers using the airport, and when the skydivers were there, they were obviously a high use user. Have we got a fee structure around that, or will it just fall into line the same?
Currently, that's considered on a case-by-case basis.
For commercial.
Yes.
And I think if we look at page 57 of our material, the suggestion from the aircraft owners was for recreational users, the $200. So I think we can read into that the commercial remains outside this arrangement as a...
So we should have commercial on our fees and charges as well, with a number.
How do we know when a top dresser goes and sets up there in that corner of the airport he uses and is there for 3 days doing all his top dressing? How do we charge him? Because if he's not within that fee and structure, do we just go, oh, we think X is fair or whatever?
Through the mayor, that is generally picked up when we get the data saying who's actually flown. We know who's who the plane's actually registered to, and then we would have a conversation with them.
It does seem strange that they can have a conversation and negotiate their rate at that time, when I would have thought as a commercial user we should have a rate. They're running a business from that airport and they'll be on charging whoever they're doing work for, and I don't see how they can on-charge that.
Yeah, we need something for commercial in these fees and charges, I believe. If we haven't had it before, we do need, it's for guidance if nothing else. Yeah. We are Lane.
Yeah, just one thing for me. I've been part of that airport group. We all use common sense. We just didn't use the right papers to get it in line. I'm pretty sure that next week we can get pretty close.
Liz?
Can I bring up Owen Moore's submission on page 54 of the summary?
Yep.
And it just says down, hearing note, requests that council absorbs the museum's land rental and rates, or at least some of the cost. Can we discuss that at some stage?
Tony, or Mark, when we're doing that, is that a different part of the process?
Yeah, I think probably would leave that to a bit later when we do the general submissions.
Okay.
Thank you.
Capture that then. Rob, last one.
A little bit of your the commercial guys that are using it for a business, likes of the Duncan Harts with his agricultural spreading of fertiliser, spraying, etc. If we get too involved there and charge him more, he can easily just go and use a private strip somewhere else with no cost. At the moment, he will be still generating income for the airport. Hit him with big charges, we'll lose the Duncan Harts.
There was no talk of hitting them with big charges. It was...
Yeah, but you're higher charge then.
No, we did talk about higher. It was having something in the fees and charges to give us guidance of what that charge will be. And it may be the same as these fellows, we don't know. There's no guidance here.
It should be the same. Yes.
Will he be allowed to do that? That'll be the discussion.
Yes, he should pay the $200. He's a local. He's using the facilities that are there. It's $200 we won't get if he just pops his plane somewhere else.
Open for discussion.
Yeah, let us do some work on what the commercial guys have been agreeing to pay now, and see how that compares with an annual landing fee. My only point was that the Airport Owners Association were only proposing the $200 for recreational users. But we haven't got the data here at the moment as to what the commercial guys are already prepared to pay. And to the councillor's point, guidance in the fees and charges would strengthen whatever that fee is. But let's do the research on what they currently pay first. That's what we're suggesting, I think.
Well, a couple of the submitters talked about taking it over, running it themselves. We haven't discussed that. That's the next question is there, which is an option. To do that, I think at our airport users group next week, we need to perhaps flesh that out a wee bit more. And that could happen at any time. It's not a long-term plan thing. It could happen at any time.
The airport asset is a strategic asset, so that's listed in the council's long-term plan and the community engagement policy. So that's under section 97 of the Local Government Act. So section 97.2 provides that council cannot decide to transfer the ownership or the control of the strategic asset unless the decision is explicitly provided for in the long-term plan and was consulted on in accordance with section 93E. So we actually do have case law around this as well. But this option to outsource the management and operations is something that officers would support looking into.
Yeah, and we're certainly not going to sell or lease the airfield. But there's nothing, it was just the running of it. Could they do it under their own steam rather than us doing it? Richard?
If that was to be looked at, I'd still believe you have to understand that the overheads don't just suddenly disappear. The overheads, because that's, if you look at the budget, you could say that the overheads that we charge is because of where we sit, and all of this sort of stuff still stays there. If we suddenly outsource the airport, they're not going to magically drop to nothing. So someone else in some other area is going to have to absorb those overheads. So we're just transferring the cost away from the airport and putting it onto some other entity, which could be the EA centre, it could be the museum, it could be anything. So we just have to be careful that we just think that by outsourcing it, we've suddenly saved everybody 80 grand. Well, we haven't. We've just transferred it to another department.
Well, they could get some leases up to date that aren't up to date because they've been working on this other work in the property department, which they're catching up on.
Yes. Just to follow Renee's comment about officers being hearing the issue of leasing or having a management contract different to what we have now. We think that's a worthwhile piece of work, but it will take a little bit of time, and there is absolutely no ability for us to have something like that in place by 1 July this year. We don't even know what entity we'd be talking to and what legal structure they have, etc., etc. We need to understand a lot about the risks and obligations and responsibilities that remain with council, even though we would potentially enter into that agreement. But the potential of that agreement has a lot of theoretical merit, and we'd like to do that work. So our suggestion is that if we adopt fees and charges under the current management regime from 1 July, and that we give ourselves the 12 months to continue to explore with the airport users what a transfer of management responsibilities might look like, perhaps from 1 July 25, and give ourselves the time to understand all the nuances of that new arrangement before we launch into it.
And we can raise that subject with them at their meeting next week. That's the way we were, if you agree, we will head, which I think so possibly needs investigating anyway, if nothing else. Yep. So, next slide I think it is, Mark. Which option? Well, it's the 212 agreeing, I think. Are there any adjustments to be made to this board? I don't think so. Any further information? Yeah, further information is what the 212 will bring in with the assumptions.
Yeah.
All good? Yeah. Okay, we'll break for a cup of tea. Thank you. back, everybody, after our morning tea break. And the next item on the agenda is key decision 5. Should we extend the EA network centre stadium? We have option 1, which is 2-court extension. Option 2, 3-court extension, which is the preferred option. And there's also an option 3 of do nothing. Mark.
Okay, so again, we'll just give you a quick overview of the feedback that we received through the LTP consultation. Those were the 3 options, and I guess in terms of the actual construction approach that was proposed to happen from year 5, so year 5 to 7 in terms of the preferred option, the 3-court extension. So feedback on this one, we received around 1,200 submissions or responses to the survey on this one. You'll see that overall the 3-court extension was the favoured option, followed by doing nothing, and then the 2-court extension came through as the one that was least favoured. There was also a number who talked about none of the above and generally talked about fiscal constraints and comments along those sorts of lines.
Just a question there, Mark. If we choose option 1 or 2, which is do something, what year is it in the long-term plan?
It's starting in year 5, so I think design's in year 5 and then construction year 6 and 7.
Both options?
Yes.
1 and 2 are in year 5
Yes.
start, yeah.
Currently, that's the way it is. I think there was a number of submissions who said bring it forward, but that's a council decision.
Currently it's where it's sitting, yeah.
So the feedback just in specific detail around the options. So again, option 1, just the 2-court extension. So this again focused on a lower level of support just for a 2-court. But the general feedback was around recognising the demand for space, the need for space, continuing to make sure that the community could make use of the facility, keep the community active, increase participation across different sports that use it, the potential for advantages from larger facilities for Ashburton Township and the district, meeting demand in the future, and having a main court and permanent seating that could potentially do event type approaches. Again, the cost was a big issue, and whether it fitted with council's spending priorities, recognising that there were alternative options around town, such as outdoor courts. A bit of a conversation around centralising the facility at EA Networks, and also concerns around the congestion and parking issues. So the comments on all of those are on page 20 to 26 of the report. With the favoured option, the 3-court option, so again, I guess the emphasis here was around recognising the demand for the future, the need for court space, the capacity issues during busy periods, the need to future-proof the facility for the future, and maintaining that approach to community wellbeing in terms of an active community increasing participation. Similar sort of reasons, I guess, to option 1 in terms of favouring it, but a greater emphasis on planning for the future and meeting the demand that's already there. Similar reasons against as for option 1, so I won't go over those again. And the comments on those are on page 27 to 59 of your report. In terms of the do nothing option, there was a reasonably high level or moderate support for this option, around 30% of those who responded. Again, focusing on the sort of economic climate, the cost of the proposal, whether it was a current priority, whether it was perceived as essential infrastructure at this time. Some doubts around some of the information that had been put out. But those sorts of reasons came through. And the comments on those are on page 60 to 79 of the summary. And then the final option, which is sort of a none of the above, which people ticked. So there's around 10% who supported that option. Again, I guess emphasising the fiscal constraints of the project potentially, where it sort of fitted in council's priority list of priorities. Also, I guess highlighting the fact that it should be a user pays service, that ratepayers shouldn't necessarily be contributing to it. And again, alternative solutions or facilities available throughout the district. More conversation also around the congestion issues that are perceived down at the stadium. So these were just some of the sort of key questions that came out of the responses that we received to do with the EA Networks extension. Again, that one around parking, traffic congestion, why we're centralising, or why there's a perception that we're centralising to EA Network Centre. Reasonable amount of conversation around changing the timing of the proposal. So some obviously suggested bringing it forward, some suggested pushing it out. A number of other ideas around what could be included as part of the facility, and some of those covered previous conversations that council's had. And again, some people questioning the material that's been put out around usage and that sort of thing. So that's sort of a bit of a quick summary. I guess open for questions around any of the material that's come out, and Sarah and Richard here to answer those.
Great, got some questions coming up. Phil is first.
Thank you. It must have been close to lumping in the none of above with the do-nothings. Was there much difference between those two groups?
How do you mean, in terms of the sort of reasons that they were raising, you mean, or?
Yeah.
Not really. I guess they're sort of all covered by those slides. Obviously fiscal consent is probably one of the higher comments that came through in terms of the cost of the project and where it fitted in council's spending priorities.
40%.
I suspect it was consistent with how they've reported all the other projects of none of above, is when they didn't particularly select the do nothing option. So even though their reason or rationale might be the same, the person didn't select option 3, do nothing. They selected none of the above. So, but your inference is fair.
Liz?
Thank you. A couple of questions. Do you think it was clear enough that this project was starting in year 5? I just wonder, because a lot of people came back and said, oh no, we can't afford it now, we can't afford it now.
Yes,
Do you think?
Yep.
Yeah.
I do. I think it was very clear, and indeed we got a number of submissions from people who wanted it brought forward, so they clearly understood it was pushed out a little bit. And I just took the affordability questions to be a general affordability concern rather than it's not next year.
Yep.
Yeah.
And the costs that we have in here, that's inflated through to that year 5 level, wasn't it?
Yes, I believe, I think it was about 21 point something million, and then it got inflated to being the 23.7 million off the top of my head. So yeah, inflated. Also with regarding to the costing, and one of our submitters also talked about some other projects and different build mechanisms in terms of design and build. We included the costing of a more traditional approach because that's how it was QS'd, and we got QSs to do so, and it's sort of a robust option if the direction from council was to do a stadium extension, then clearly as officers we would look at all procurement options, and if there was a way to get either more courts for that money or a cheaper price, then clearly we would look at that. So don't assume that we would assume that the amount of money that council provided was the maximum, but we'd try and make that the most efficient use through different procurement models if possible.
Yeah, I was going to bring up, I think it was the guy from Apollo who spoke to us, and that sounded good as well. Just one more question. If we decided to refurbish Balmoral Hall, could that hall be used for maybe not sports, but could we put the inflatable in there? Could it be used sort of as not an offset of EA Network Centre, but as another council asset that we could put the inflatable in there, or set up pickleball or something like that, or is that just too hard?
I guess it would be the equipment storage and also transportation from one place to the other. There's no storage, as you're aware, at Balmoral Hall that's of sufficient size. Also with the inflatable, even EA had to get a special power supply that met the criteria because it's a big drain on power. So the upgrade for Balmoral, I can guarantee, wouldn't have factored that voltage or amps or that's required. So possible, but not immediate thinking. Yeah, and staffing also would then be an additional satellite option.
Caroline?
Thanks. I've just had a revisit of the sports utilisation survey that we did, and I'm just focusing on netball because I'm assuming they're the biggest users of the indoor court. And in the survey, it's got that netball in Ashburton schools has seen a steady increase between 2016, 18 and 21, possibly due to the availability of the EA networks, having that indoor courts has been attractive. Have we done, but we have overall, at the regional level, there's been a 10% decrease in interest, as well as a 5% decrease in participation over the last year, and a 4% decrease in attendance. Can we speak to the netball people just to get their numbers and just see what they are? If we're going to build and invest $23 million, can we just make sure that there's a demand for it? Will we revisit those figures, essentially?
We can, and I believe that Ange, in terms of her submission talked about groups that she had to limit teams playing in certain competitions because there was no more capacity. So I think that shows the growth. The growth in netball from going indoors has been a significant turnaround for the sport, and that's what that study shows. The other thing that has happened, and to sort of counter the argument of play outside I did when we were young sort of comments, there are no longer outdoor courts in Ashburton because all people that had outdoor courts have built over them, including the college. So very, very limited and not sufficient to play at any competition of substance. Yeah. So that's a challenge.
I'm not suggesting that at all, and I don't think I did say it. It did say there's courts at Timor Domain, Mayfield Domain, Mount Somers Domain, Rokai Domain, Methven Domain, Hampstead Rugby and All Sports Club, Ellington Rugby Football Club apparently have facilities to play netball outdoors. That may be out of date. I mean, we got this a couple of years ago. And it also says in here tellingly, in the summary document, which may be out of date, that the netball people are not prepared to pay any additional money for the use of the courts as well, for the hireage of the courts. It did say that in the survey, albeit in 2021. So I just think that's fine. There may well be demand. You know what? We don't know. But it's interesting to know that. I have one more question with regards to Liz's suggestion for Balmoral Hall. Things like badminton, like that, they have a few nets and that. I think that could be played there because it's got a high. They don't have a lot of facilities. Do they need a lot of requirements with regards to facilities? Do they need staff to play badminton?
Through the chair, there's two answers there. One, we would need to scope the size of the hall to make sure it was actually suitable for any activity whatsoever.
Of course, yeah.
My gut feel, having been in Balmoral Hall in the past, I don't actually know that it would suit any of those sports, but I'd have to go and have another look. At the moment at EA Network Centre, our staff are responsible for appropriate setup and pack down of all equipment to make sure it's done properly so there's no damage to the equipment. So if you moved activities to a satellite, you could have some issues around those sorts of activities as well.
But I think it's probably, to your point, Liz, I think it's probably worth investigating. They've got a high ceiling around there and it's a big hall. There'd be a couple of courts with it on that, I would imagine. Anyway, that's another topic.
Sorry, the other thing to note is that some of those activities, pickleball and badminton, for example, they do play in their off-peak times, but they do also have activities in our peak times which would potentially clash with other activities at those halls as well.
Thank you. And when basketball submitted, and if we do the extension, they actually said their Oxford Street Stadium then could be available for other sports, which may be more suitable than Balmoral Hall, to be fair, for some of those sports. My question was around when rugby came in and submitted. I think we've created a little bit of confusion by going out with EA Network's master plan at the same time as this, and there's some very good comments in there which sort of interlink with what we're doing here, but I believe if we spent money developing the fields there, we would be diversifying in some of the sports we can offer at our complex. I see merit in that, and then I see that flowing on into them using our gym facilities, swimming pool for training and other various things which will have a flow-on benefit as well. So it's tricky because we never asked about that in the LTP, which makes it really difficult, but I can see merit in spending this money we've set aside on a extension to the stadium, which is catering to existing sports, showing more diversification by spending on our playing fields and getting extra and more users in the complex. But
Yes, I think that was the point of that submitter, that one of the projects is in the LTP and the playing fields are not. And if resources are allocated via the LTP, then it's fine to have a EA Network Centre master plan, but that is no commitment to actually doing the thing, whereas the commitment to the extension of the stadium is in the LTP, and that looks like money allocated for one and not the other. And if there had have been, his point would not have been valid had there been sums of money in the LTP for both those projects. I think that was the point he was making.
Phil?
Thank you. Flooring for the extension, I understand that it's going to be different so we can have events in there and maybe up to 1,500 people, is that right?
Through the chair, if you reflecting on the three-court design, then yes, there is contingency there for seating up to around 1,500 spectators for a show court. So that's using the concertina seating, a mezzanine, and other seating to achieve that outcome. One of the options, and it's far from signed, sealed, delivered in any way, is to consider not doing a timber floor again and doing another floor that is approved by sport, still has the same sprung capabilities, but allows more multi-purpose outcomes for the facility so that we can essentially achieve more through the facility than we currently can with the timber floor.
Okay, so how many seats would we possibly lose with a two-court option? And, I don't know, answer that one first, please.
Off the top of my head, I'd have to go back to the drawings. I believe it's around 200 to 300 from the event concept. So you go from 1,500 down to kind of 1,250.
Okay. I have a worry that the third quarters are nice to have, and I know it possibly would lend itself to getting some televised games, etc. But I don't really see that as a biggie. I'm more thinking of the netballers who can't play because we can't fit them in. And I think we can tick those boxes with two courts. So can I get your comments on three courts being a nice to have, two courts being brilliant?
I guess with regards to that question, two things. In terms of if we want to have sort of not necessarily televised games, because that is still questionable, but more the sporting, like under secondary schools, champs in basketball or netball or any indoor sport, having 3 courts as opposed to 2 has a massive advantage as to what competitions we'd get to host. So from an economic development perspective, that has an advantage. From a perspective of nice to have, the benefit of having 3 courts, and netball alluded to it, as did basketball, is at the moment there can be times where there is a monopoly on the courts. By having additional court space, it wouldn't necessarily go straight to one sport. It would enable both sports playing on a Wednesday night or both sports playing on a Tuesday night. So, and that's, I guess, the advantage of having 3 courts. It's not just netball gets the additional 2 courts so that their social competition is fine. Like, that's just one example, but there could be netball and basketball or netball and badminton or netball and something occurring at the same time simultaneously by having more court space. I don't think anyone would think, I mean, clearly the money is a factor, don't get me wrong, but it's like a little bit more floor print in your living room. Generally, you don't regret it.
Sorry, I'll just add on. To answer your second question, I just said, look, it's 3 courts to 2 courts reduces by 200 seats for an event concept. And then in terms of tournaments, a conversation we've had with Basketball New Zealand, 3 courts would allow us to host any basketball competition in New Zealand bar 1, and there is only 1 facility in New Zealand currently that can host that competition. Likewise, netball, 3 courts really ticks the box for a lot of tournaments, a lot of major tournaments, and there is not many facilities. So 2 courts would actually eliminate some of those tournaments from being able to come to Ashburn.
Elaine, then myself.
Thank you. Yeah, is it needed or is it wanted? Yesterday we started talking, getting a couple of millions, and we basically stopped that because the people didn't want to have it. They can't afford it at the moment. Now we're looking at something, what's going to be 18 million or 23. Can we afford it, and how are you going to do it? And do we really need it? Sometimes we think we need it, but sometimes you can change things. And you can't always be on the best day or the best place. You might have to play a wee bit later or somewhere else, or maybe not at all. What do we have to do here? Do we really get a lot of people out from other places for tournaments? Yeah, it's really great, but can we afford it?
That's a question for us. Yeah. There's a couple of questions. If you spend 23 million on 3 courts, there'll obviously be some assumptions around the income, and the income, the rates, it says it'll be $31 annually. That's a UAGC, I assume. So what revenue is that going to gather in a year? Do you know?
Rich will just find the business case of what we proposed there. We based it on the current court hire fees inflated. So the casual rate, I believe, is $50 per hour per court, and the user group is 40 or 38, I believe.
User group pie chart?
Yeah,
48.
48, sorry.
Yeah.
The additional revenue.
We've got about 18,000 units, rating units, I think.
Correct, 18,000 UAGC, so around 558,000.
558,000. That'll have the users contributing to that as well, no doubt.
Yes, so in the business case, answer, and I believe it was for the whole year, was about 115,000 in terms of income. There's sponsorship income that can also be associated with a project like this because it's additional and new facilities. So those are the sort of things that we would endeavour to maximise.
So the users would contribute 115,000 of charges. So.
That's what we estimated.
Yeah, of course, on assumptions. That's a lot for a $23 million spend. And then it comes back to a want and a need. Certainly, yeah, but they're both, one's full, and they do want it, but can we afford it? The charges would have to be a lot higher, I would think. Yeah, next question is Tony.
Thank you. So starting in year 6, is that starting the planning in year 6, or are we planning prior to that to start building in year 6?
Through the chair, the way the budget sits at the moment, we're planning and designing year 5 and then build year 6 and year 7.
Okay, okay.
So this will go through another long-term plan process if it sits in year 5.
Yeah. So I suppose from my point of view, the three-court extension really is, to me, it's a no-brainer. We're planning for the future. By the time we get to year 6, you could be hoping to build more again, who knows, but for the extra cost, we should be doing the three-court. The economic benefits are good, and I think it's an unknown but in your budgeting, but those extra three courts, how many different more tournaments we're going to get per year. And I know that's an unknown, but that could be factored into the budgeting as well, really. So, because when you see the comments by people, they're all saying, do it once or do it properly. There was comments made from the start that why wasn't it built to start off with for the bigger stadium. But I think the council at the time did a good job to commit 30 million. The community did a great job to raise 5 million towards the project. So that project at the time was ticked off as a success. So now we're building on that success. So definitely in favour of the three-court.
Yeah, I think we just need to remember who would use this facility, and it's the people of Ashburton, because they're going to pay for it. If we had an international netball game, fine. They're not contributing anything to this. They haven't submitted that they want it, or an international, or even a regional or national netball games, basketball, etc. This is for the people of Ashburton. They're the ones who are paying for it, so I'd just listen to them, build facilities for them rather than international. It would be a nice to have. Would they stay in the town if it was international? Possibly. Possibly not.
With regards, with regards to the basketball tournament that happened last year, and I think it was a 4-day event, that was estimated to bring 750,000 of economic benefit to the district. So tournaments do bring additional money into the district. So, yeah.
There wouldn't be my point is it wouldn't be the main reason for building it. It'd be building it.
It's definitely not the main reason, but for the people that are building it, whether you're a cafe owner or a motelier or you're a business that does associated services, yes, you've paid up front, but there is benefit to the wider district for having facilities that people want to use.
Correct. Yeah. This.
Thank you. Why was it set in, what was the reasoning behind putting it in year 5?
Fiscal restraint. Any sooner, and it clashed with some significant infrastructure projects, and our debt level in terms of cap was maxed. So we had to push it to where there was a gap. Right. The intention when we first put the business case forward was year 2 and 3, I believe, building. So planning year 1 and 2 and 3, and then it had to get shifted. I think the capacity has changed now with some various projects. I'm looking at Tony and Erin and Leanne. That's no longer the case.
Through the chair, yes, council could make decisions to change the timing of the project if they wished.
Right. And just another question, when the building, so if we decided yes, go ahead, and the building occurred, is that going to cause any disruptions to, so are we going to lose revenue because the building's going on and we're not going to have, it's all just going to be outside and everything will be able to tick along nicely?
Through the chair, correct. The intention is to leave the existing wall there as a divider and create a whole separate space. So we don't foresee any major impact to existing sports. Obviously, during that build, you would lose the existing outdoor courts, so there would be a small impact. But those existing outdoor courts are used for warm-up for teams at the moment. So there could be other ways to manage that situation. So no, we don't foresee any major impact.
Okay, and just on that last question, with the debt level, how if we were to bring it forward, how soon could we bring it forward? Can't.
Don't think you can, but anyway.
One of the issues here is the other infrastructure project and how we're planning to contribute to that.
The water leisure?
No, the bridge.
Oh, the bridge, right.
So this long-term plan contemplates the 7.5 million in years, was it 2 and 3, or the main loan in year
1, 2 and 3.
1, 2 and 3. And that has impact on both debt levels, but more particularly ability to service the debt. And so if what we tried to do in proposing this originally to council was to move right away from some of those capacity issues and affordability issues into a sort of a clear space in the long-term plan timeframe. There of course is still uncertainty around the bridge. Yep.
Richard?
I'm not surprised that we've got the 3 court being preferred, but I'm surprised we had the 2 court even there at all, because obviously if you're in for a dime, you're in for a dollar. And I'm interested to see with some of the questions was parking and traffic congestion, but I think they will be, any modern facility, that's just part of the whole thing, so I don't think they would end up being concerns, from seeing other ones that have been built recently. They have about 2 or 3 acres of parking with them, but that's, the metrics have been sorted. I'm just interested to know that the relationship between, do you think, looking at the comments and the way that people thought, is one hand you go, yep, 3 courts is perfectly right, but most people have a wee niggling thought in the back of their mind, but 20 million, maybe I'm just overreaching a bit there, and they, so do you think it was more, the negatives were basically just the money, and the positives didn't even think about the money? Is that a fair comment or not?
I think in terms of your last question, that is a fair comment. And like I said at the start, we didn't want to be in a position to put forward a low value amount that then couldn't deliver the project. So we got the QS and did it the traditional procurement way. If we had gone for the figures that were of the design build methodology, potentially that would have been a lower figure, and both projects would have been lower, and you probably still have the relative argument of 3 is more expensive than 2. So, but I do understand your point. In terms of your second question about parking and transport concerns, that has been raised by multiple submissions, and we acknowledge that. Within the first year, we have got a small amount of funding currently in the long-term plan for additional exit lane, so it just widens the main entrance so that there can be a permanent left and right turn as you're going up the hill. So that's a sort of low-cost, short-term project to assist with that, with the current parking. In the master plan, as you'll be aware, there's more parking in terms of parking spaces, but there is also included in the plan an additional exit, like a full new road in and out. Whether the timing of that is very much an unknown because there are substantial costs, I suspect, attached to it. But we're looking at as many options as we can to see how we can alleviate the ins and outs, because any sport that is on a timetable basis, people arrive and leave generally at the same time when you've got a competition on.
When's that entry exit being sorted? When's that starting, that work?
The small one, the widening, that's in year 1.
1st of July.
When it's approved, and then we get a contractor lined up to do the work.
You'll have an indication by Thursday, no doubt. Richard?
Just a question you mentioned around the usage in that. So 558 income, 115 income, 558 cost, 1,000 that is.
That's on rates.
On rates.
It's not the cost. That's what rates is.
Well, it is rates. It is cost, because that's what rates are going to have to subsidise it by to make it work. 400 and something thousand, 430,000. I just was interested, was there any comments around, obviously it's easy to say it comes out of the UAGC, but as we all know, the UAG is fully used up. So it actually, and in the rating year we're in this year, it's an anomaly in that we used a lot of reserves to pull the general rate down. But once those reserves have been used up and we're spending more than the UAGC can handle, the general rate goes up quite substantially. So the cost of this is transferred to the general ratepayer, not the UAGC. And I'd put it to you that I think that the option 2 that perhaps goes to the we all want a court. So the UAGC payers, which is the 18,000 Mid-Canterbury people, are quite happy to do it, but if it ends up on the general ratepayer, there's an anomaly there of cost versus benefit.
If I may answer that, I think that's right to a degree. If you look at the world as it is right now, but part of the reason for general rates in the UAGC to be in the balance they're in is because of the whole rating picture, which includes, of course, water and wastewater rates. And so if the future involves a different entity supplying water, then the position of the UAGC in relation to the total rate take and the general rate will need recalculating and recalibrating. So potentially yes, but maybe not, depending on how all the rates sit together in a resolved water world.
Just on those costs, you take 23.7 million and put a 5% interest across it, it's 1.85 million. You get 558 in rates, 115,000 from income, doesn't match that figure. And you've got other costs there, you've got the power, you've got the staff, you've got the rates, the insurance, what have you. I'm not sure that's costed properly, but unless it's funded from rates elsewhere as well. But it may be a question for our next, what further information is required, but that may be for Thursday, but we'll get to that soon. Who is next? And it is Phil.
Thank you. The new exit next year, I think will be a game changer. I think that's going to help with congestion big time, and that's going to be really good. And yet, like you mentioned, Hamish, I have the bridge with a question mark up the top of my pad. Yeah. So much of where we go and what we do is around that. I don't want to be a negative Nelly, but I grapple with empty courts during the day. You know, I see those courts empty during the day, and that sticks in my mind. Jed's passionate pleas to us stick in my mind as well, and I would like to see some commitment from basketball. I see them playing their midweek games at Oxford Street Stadium, and I think, are we going to add 3 courts? Are they then going to commit to playing all their basketball? Then what happens with Oxford Street Stadium? Does that get sold? Do we take that over? Are both netball and basketball, who are the majority users of this, going to contribute? I really hope so. But once again, I think, you know, we sort of would have a handout if rugby were looking to come over, and they've sort of said that maybe there's some funds there. Should we have our handout again? What do you guys think? There's my question.
Got a question there somewhere.
Yeah.
With a very, valid perspective, and they're things that only councillors can truly answer and balance up. But it's a reasonable summary of a range of issues that will be colliding for your decision.
To help fill this is in year 5 of the long-term plan. So if the bridge comes along, which we'll know in September what it's going to, what our contribution should be, when we get to the next LTP in 3 years' time, then you'll relook at this project. Like it won't be set in concrete for a year 5, but we'll be indicating whatever we indicate. Russell.
Thank you. And my question, sort of similar to Phil's, what impact does this have on the master plan if we commit to spending $23 million in year 6, where most of it's going to be spent? It makes it very difficult then to plan to do something somewhere else up until probably year 10, if you like, of the master plan, because there's so much funds is just tied up in this one project that it'll be very difficult to actually achieve much on those greenfields area, if you like. So
Yes, and I think we said at the start of this process that if something is confirmed in the LTP, that will automatically place it into the master plan at the timing that the LTP says. So the LTP will dictate, if you like, inclusion in the master plan. So a commitment to do this may well delay commitments to do other things depending on affordability and subsequent decisions.
Liz?
And I'm thinking of the domain development plan, which is 30-year plan, and we've done that as well. So we've put, and one of them was the boulevard, and it was in the 30-year plan, and we've pulled it out of our LTPs because it didn't suit timing-wise. So I'm guessing it will all be the same.
Promenade, was it?
Promenade.
Yeah.
What did I call it?
Boulevard.
Oh, whoops, sorry. My question is related, but in year one, we've got $325,000 for building changes within AA network. So that includes sort of moving a few offices around. That includes the potential dance studio, is that correct?
Yes, it includes, I guess the purpose of that project was to identify spaces within the existing footprint of EA that had low utilisation. So in looking at them, how could we maximise their use for the maximum number of people? So that's how that project started. Having dance in there was seen as an additional benefit that may have served to help another council project. It wasn't the reason that we started thinking about that project. Having a multi-use space there, whether it is a studio for yoga, whether it is a studio for gym classes, holiday programs, another meeting room, sports tournaments need space off court for umpires and officials, etc. We don't have huge amounts of that. So we just saw it as a good way to reorganise what we have so that it could maximise the benefit to more people than what our current layout is. We've got one area in particular that is large and it's quite underutilised and it doesn't quite seem right. So that's what we were trying to address.
Have you broken that down, and how much would the dance studio component be?
Because it was potentially the only difference of whether dance was going to be a major user of that space or not was probably the flooring decision. And the flooring decision, depending on what type.
Okay.
I mean, there's regular carpet, but the wooden floor, for example, in the stadium, is approximately the same price as sort of high grade courts that we could do in the other in the new stadium if it was. So the intended use, I guess, will determine on the exact flooring we use in there. But we want it to be as multi-purpose as possible. But if there was a key user, then clearly we wouldn't want to exclude their needs from our decisions.
Hello.
Thank you. So the fields, what is the percentage what you use? How much is used and how much is empty on the courts?
Ports or fields outside, sorry?
Courts,
Inside.
Inside.
Happy to speak to that. Is the utilisation identified during our peak times during winter? And those absolute peak hours were at about 96% of capacity in those court areas. So that's the real crunch times.
Yep.
And then during the summer months or the lower peak times, we're still sitting at about kind of 76-77% of those peak times. As Councillor Hooper alluded to, there are times during the day where the courts can seem empty or they're used for other purposes at different times. We're actively, and we have made significant growth in that space, actively looking for other groups to come and use. But it's important to remember, of course, that a lot of those users that want to use courts are at school or are at work during those daytime hours. So we look at peak and off-peak particularly because it separates those out. So high usage during those peak times.
Sarah, you said, it's benefit for town. For whom? Who is getting benefits?
I guess it's like any event that we have within the district. There's associated benefits of whether they're filling up their car for petrol on the way out, whether they're going out for dinner, whether they're going to the supermarket. It's all those economic benefits, staying at accommodation. That's what I was alluding to with regards to that comment.
But no benefit for the ratepayers.
Well, the ratepayer owns
They pay.
those facilities. People professionally may own a facility like that, so it's about, and then they'd spend the money in the district as well. So I guess it's just economic development as a whole benefits from people coming into our district and spending money.
It's the businesses that'll benefit from it.
Oh, it will be, but there's also pay to pay.
Yep, it does. Caroline.
Thank you. I'm just looking at Jed Rushton's submission on the summary document. The council needs to commission a professional report of the facility use, as the previous report was completely one-sided and the community usage figures were totally inaccurate. I have heard that from a few people. I'm not suggesting that is the case, but I am suggesting, as per my remark earlier, that we need to review and do an update to make sure there is a demand. When you read the option of do nothing, there's quite a few people that say, like Henry, no second name, only extend if going to be well used. Would you, there's another comment in there about rethink, Phil Walton, rethink time again, will the near future demand be there? I'm not against the 3-court extension, but I would like some documentation that is current and up to date while we have the opportunity that it is going to be well used and there is a demand there, because I've had a lot of feedback on that last survey that it wasn't reflective of what's happening, and when you read it, it doesn't suggest there would be the demand there where you see netball declining at 6% or whatever. So clearly there's a mismatch between the information we have and the information you're seeing at the EA networks.
Perhaps I'll just make a really brief comment, and Sarah might like to expand. The utilisation study was a wide-ranging study across all sports and many facilities across the district, and personally I accept the submitter's point about the validity of a number of the statistics in that report. They were calculated in a particular way, and my own view is that there's a weakness in that report. Having said that, the need for the netball, the need for the stadium extension is based on stadium use, not the utilisation study. So I think the utilisation study is what it is, and has some limitations in my view, as I would agree with Jed. But the case for an extension of the stadium is not based on the utilisation study. It's based on the peak demand that Richard has referred to, and that at peak times the courts are chocker, and we've heard from some of the sports, in particular netball, that teams are being turned away because they can't access the courts. So that's not information that's in the utilisation study. That's information that exists in relation to our own usage data of our own stadium. So I think Jed's right, but I don't think that's what's driving this particular consideration, or not solely anyway.
Yeah, no, I accept that. I go down to the courts a lot and they're always bursting with life and busy as heck. But I think it would be foolhardy for us to invest $23 million with at least without doing some sort of confirmatory projection as to how many people will participate in sports at the centre. I don't know what that would cost, but I'm guessing as a proportion of 23 million it might cost 0.01% or 0.1%. I think it would be a wise thing
But I think, Councillor, the sports who can't get access now because it's full are as good an indication as any study you could pay for that the demand is there and the facility is stretched at peak times.
Today?
It is
Today, yes, today.
It is full when they want to play their sport.
That's right.
It is not full sometimes parts of the day, but
that's
as
right.
Richard said, people are working at school.
That's
so
right.
It doesn't suit them then when it is empty.
Correct.
So it's a balancing. Yeah. Richard.
I would concur with Chief Executive that if you build it, it would be full. because that's just the nature of the beast, and where as people get older, more want to play. And I think you've seen that from the comments. The 40-year-old today will still be playing indoor sports when they're 50, whereas the 50-year-old today had to give up because they were playing outside and couldn't keep playing. So that's going to continue. But the crux of the matter is the cost. And there's a comment I'd like to just probably more from the accounting point of view, the 50-50 split where the community pays half and the council pays half. Because I'm concerned if we put it in the long-term plan, everybody then just accepts the council's going to pay for it all no matter what it costs, and it just gets put at the first line of the budget. But if you put a 50-50 split in it, that would actually, how would that work from a long-term planning point of view? Because you've indicated you've fulfilled the needs of the will of the people saying they want 3 courts, but also you've fulfilled the needs of people saying we can't cost it. Is that an outcome that can be done?
So there's a little bit of history here. For those who've been here longer, if I get this slightly wrong, please sharpen me up. But I think 3 long-term plans ago, certainly 2, included a project for the expansion of the playing fields. So playing fields, not stadium extension, playing fields extension on the west end of the A Network Centre. And that was included at a capital cost of some 5-ish million, and the assumption was the community would pay half. And that was only to proceed if the community contributed half. And the community wasn't defined, but essentially looking at the sports that might benefit from those fields would be the ones to contribute the half. That never really went anywhere because the community never expressed a strong desire or willingness to pay the half. And I think it was included in the next long-term plan on the same basis, and then the long-term plan in 3 years ago, we said it's silly to continue to show a project as being on the books when there is simply no indication that the community half is ever going to come. So we took the project right out. So that's the history of the playing fields. The half was never willingly available through that period of time. The stadium extension is different. There is no suggestion in this long-term plan budgeting that there is to be a contribution of half or indeed any other amount from the community other than as the rate-paying public or through fees and charges for hireage of that facility. But the capital cost is 100% debt to the council as opposed to looking for a contribution from the community of half the capital cost as per the original plans on the A Network Centre. I could just say that the other reason that the project around the sports fields development was also taken out is because we examined the capital estimate of around 5 million and that looked woefully inadequate for the plans that had been drawn up for it, and the number again was much closer to 20 from memory than it was to 5. And if we didn't have a community contribution towards the 5, it was certainly not going to be anywhere near a significant contribution towards 20 odd. So that's a little bit of the history of the playing fields vis-a-vis the stadium extension, quite different approaches to community contribution.
So our decision at the end of this is we either do it or we don't, and it's the timing. That's our choice of decision, is that correct?
Well, that's the current way this business case has been prepared and the current way that it's reflected in the long-term plan, and that's the current framework of this discussion. If Council had a view that the funding of it was to be framed in a different way, then that's what we would reflect in the long-term plan if that was Council's agreement.
Through the chair, I believe netball did allude to in their submission, and I think basketball did too, about contribution, and whether that is financial due to disposal of existing assets if they have any, or it was assistance with regards to fundraising. So we didn't put any figure attached to that. We do believe there is support, and there would be support. So for a project that is earmarked for, year 5 onwards, I think the community could rally to contribute. But for the EA stadium as it was 5 million for a $35 million build. So the proportion of half and half is simply impossible. But a smaller amount in a contribution by users in the community as a whole could be definitely an option. That not a challenge, but just something to factor in. There was a lot of man hours and commitment by the trust that was set up to do the fundraising. So if that was to fall to council as proper services, that's fine to achieve that, but it is just a time commitment of work would be shuffled in terms of priorities. So definitely an option, but I guess we sort of saw it as a nice to have addition once we got the commitment to the project across the line, as opposed to guaranteeing that that was on the, a proviso of the project.
Some of those big funders for the stadium we have now, they were corporates. Same people paid, which is our people, ratepayers, if you dwell down to who contributes to them. Tony, then I think we need to look at other things as well. We've given this one a good thrash. Any other things that submitters have talked about we need to raise as well.
Yeah,
Tony.
thank you. The only comment was when Angela and Mark both presented here last week, they both stated that numbers for netball and basketball were growing. So that gives me confidence that what we're trying to achieve will be successful.
Yep. Elaine?
And that might be right, but we still have to able to pay it. But can we change it to year 7?
Which you can.
But I think we've got a lot of costs coming in the next couple of years, and people just can't afford it.
And you can do that on Thursday, give an indication then formally. Just one question surround the 30-year plan, and there's a mini golf in there. What does it cost to set that mini golf up?
Through you, the 30-year master plan was a space allocation exercise. In previous projects, we've had cost estimates, and given the timing of the projects is very much unknown, they fluctuate so dramatically. So we haven't costed that project. It was seen to have a space allocation. When we got to the point that we thought that that could be a possibility and include it into the our long-term plan or an annual plan, we would have costed it. So it was trying to, I guess, broaden the use of EA a wee bit like frisbee golf, the disc golf model, whereby it's a relatively cheap sport. You could hire clubs and you can play. It doesn't have any staff component. So that was our rationale. And there's no mini golf course in Ashburton.
200 or 300, think, off the top of your head, not holding you to anything?
There are good ones and bad ones if you've ever played mini golf around the New Zealand.
Good ones and hard ones.
Yes, exactly, and fun, and ones you do again and ones you wouldn't. So, I suspect it's as long as a piece of string, but I would think that, we could ask somebody who's put in a mini golf course to give you an approximate number, and that would probably be better than us guessing, to be fair.
I think, just around the table, as it's sort of come up later with submissions we've had, nothing for they say nothing, there is, but they say nothing for the teenagers to do. That would slot in nicely for teenagers. All people could do it, but teenagers would do it too, rather than using a splash deck. In comparison, I'd like you to do a little costing on it, and we've had a lot of development in the district of new subdivisions, etc. We've collected reserve contributions from those subdivisions. We're supposed to be taking cash, less land. I think a reserve contribution to build a mini golf at EA Networks is something that we could have in the next year, according to costings, and that would have to come through a council resolution, not through this process.
Yes.
It's too late.
Yeah, and we let us make some inquiries as to the installation costs of a mini golf. We'll see if we can just get a couple of really rough orders of cost by Thursday, because I think if you were going to include that project, even if you had the desire to do it, funded by reserve contributions or otherwise, it would be good to try and have it in this long-term plan rather than a separate allocation process if we can.
Yeah, have a think about it.
Yeah.
Just sorry, in the back of my head, I'm trying to look at Leanne. I believe there's a challenge with using reserve contributions down at EA Network Centre due to the land status, but I'll just flag that as I don't think it's that simple, but I hope I'm wrong.
we're doing a reserve management plan now. I think that land has been put in for reserve status down there at the networks. If there's a barrier there, we need to remove it so we can use reserve contributions for sport or what they collected for. And if there's a little barrier of land status, well, we need to sort that. Yeah, going forward. Caroline.
I have recently been to a town where they had a free mini golf, concrete mini golf, which was amazing, like, and very resistant to vandalism and things, just a concrete sort of. So that's, I think it's a great suggestion. I'm reminded
What
when
town was that? What town?
I wish I could remember, but I will remember. I just have to think. But I saw it recently. It was just, I think I took a photograph of it, so I'll have a look. But I'm reading the reviews again, and Addie Avnett has mentioned and reminded us that the most popular thing to install was a climbing wall at the networks as well, which may or may not. Yeah.
We did have it budgeted in a long-term plan about 2 ago. It sat there for a wee bit and then it was removed for whatever reason. Sarah may recall.
Yes, it was included, and then I guess the challenge of the acceptance of the business case, the idea was sound. The challenge was without attaching it to a new development of extra footprint, all we were doing was minimising the use of the courts that were at peak demand. So we had to sacrifice people playing on netball courts that met the size and the standards in terms of runoff to have the climbing wall. So it wasn't seen as a suitable thing given the use of the stadium, and therefore we tagged it to an inclusion in a new development so that the right space allocation was provided for. So that's that. It's interesting, there's lots of things that we've been thinking about, and whether it's climbing, whether it's bouldering, it depends if there's staff component or not, makes any activity more expensive versus self-use. Some places have, especially overseas, do it on the external part of a building. Like, for example, there was one comment I read of the hydroslide tower would be perfect for a rock climbing wall. So those are the sort of things that if you build something new and factor that into the design of the new,
Yes.
then you can do it. And when you're retrofitting things, clearly there's some compromises generally you have to make.
Because I was thinking, perhaps, I don't know, if you're rejigging the internal walls, that might be an option as well. Might not be high enough, though.
Yeah, no, they're in all sort of, I guess, office-based or residential, not high.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Has the mini golf, did we get any submissions on that in the 30-year plan?
Oh,
No.
30, I haven't looked at 30-year plans.
There were some comments about saying, great idea, we don't have it one in Ashburton, nice to have another free activity, free or low-cost activity.
There was support for it, yeah.
Absolutely, and I think Richard just did some Googling, and one was...
Yeah, quick Google, so don't quote me on this, but one was installed in Wairarapa for 166,000, upwards from there up towards 300,000. But from one in Queenstown that was significantly more. So, yeah.
A little bit of quick and dirty might help for us for Thursday.
Yeah, see what we can do.
We won't hold you to it though.
Just another question, and this is on some of the feedback, and it was regarding squash courts. So there's been a couple of people sort of say, has anyone brought that conversation up? Have any squash clubs come in and sort of said, right, what can we do?
Rich and I are currently kind of working with a couple of people from Squash and Squash New Zealand about squash in Ashburton town. And with regards to that, I was, to be personally, a little bit surprised that there wasn't a submission to the master plan about squash, because we had talked to them as that's an option to, they're at the position where they know that collectively a change is in the air, but making that change is quite challenging for the clubs that have history and commitments financially or intertwined with a rugby club as well, so dividing assets, etc. So it's not simple. We have talked about when we were doing the EA master plan that potentially under the embankment seating of a rugby field, that sort of angle could align to squash, to use the under seating portion of this stadium outside seating. So those things are considered as part of our thinking. I guess it depends on how many. At the moment, from memory, I think Ashburton Town has how many courts? No, I think it's about
Total?
yeah, 8 or 9, 9 courts. So if there was a desire to have 9 or more in one central place, then clearly the space allocation needs to be sufficient. So those are all the things that we've been considering, but and haven't landed. So, but we did consider it. Another one was softball. I think there was something about that was in a previous plan. We specifically didn't include softball, and that was because Argyle Park was, through the utilisation study and previous conversations with council, that Argyle Park was deemed the suitable place to become the home of football and softball, and in terms of enhancements in the future when that time comes. So as opposed to having a little bit of everything at EA and kind of not enough of substance to make it useful, we wanted to identify the sports that expressed need, that had the demand to support that desire, and there wasn't some other location within council's portfolio that made more sense for them to stay where they were.
Okay, I think we've got, moving to the last slide. So which option will be included in the long-term plan? You've got option 1, which is 2-court extension, option 2, 3-court extension, which is the preferred option, and option 3 is do nothing, and at the moment it is in year 5 of the plan. Liz?
I've been umming and ahhing over this, and especially having the netball and basketball come in and say they want it sooner, but I don't think we can do it sooner. So I think option 2, the 3-court extension, keep it at year 5, 6, 7, and then that will give us a good indication on how those sports are faring, whether they really do need it in those years to come. And we've got another LTP to look at, so we can either pull it forward then or get rid of it completely.
Great. Tony?
3-court extension.
3-court, in year 5? Yeah. Right. Phil?
Are we able to bring it forward? I mean, and would that be, because we've done the submission on it, or people have submitted on that time, so will we then be in the gun for not listening to what they say, or altering the playing field a bit?
Some people have asked to bring it forward.
Some.
And others have said don't do it. Others, yeah. You would have to redo the finances though.
Yeah.
Financials,
We've got a lot of water to go under our bridge, excuse the pun, so let's see how that plays out as well, and I'm happy enough with 5, 6, 7.
Okay. Phil? Richard, rather?
I'm happy with the 3 courts, but I'd rather push it out, as Councillor Brahm suggested, a bit longer, because it puts it into the next, it puts it 2 elections out effectively rather than just 1, doesn't it? If you go at 7, 8, 9, does it put it out that far? And that's perhaps, I'm just saying, I don't believe we can afford it at the moment. So I understand the concept that we've said yes to 3 courts, because that's at a conceptual level, yes, that makes perfect sense in the perfect world, but we can't afford it. So if I either say no to it now, which means I'm saying no to the 3 courts, which I don't believe, no, so I'm happy to say yes to the 3 courts, but I'd like to push it out a bit further. So the next long-term plan, they could say that, no, we can afford it now, we can bring it forward. And the good work we've done on the 3 courts hasn't been lost.
So you could save that for Thursday, what day, what year you would like to put it in, year, whatever, and debate it then, Elaine?
The same what Richard said, so we're
Pushing it a little bit.
Thursday, yeah, in 7 years.
It's all, looking at leaving it, Russell.
I'm a no. Just and especially pushing it out, because that has an even bigger impact on the master plan, I believe, and it'll tie up money in a budget that means you'll be able to do very little else for an even longer period of time. So for that reason, I'd be a no.
Rob?
Yeah, I'm for the 3-year and is pushed out as far as possible.
3 courts, you say?
3 courts and pushed out as far as possible, and if that's the case, if finances allow it, to revisit the Tynwell Pool option, please.
So I think we've got I agree with you, Liz, year 5 and do as the 3 courts. So I think we've got agreement here that'll be 3 courts. We just don't know what year, and we can save that until Thursday. You can debate what year it will start in. But as preferred option is year 5 at the moment. So you'll think about whether you want to move and change that on Thursday. Good. Caroline?
Can I ask a question at this stage?
What's it
We've
on?
had the discussion. With regards to the bridge and what that costs, how would that impact our debt ceiling if we're spending 23 million on top of the bridge if we...
Okay, so there's next question. Is there any further information required to help implement the supported option? So you could ask that, well, you have asked that question around bridge and how would that affect?
And debt repayment, debt servicing as well as this. We don't know, but,
So we could do a little bit of work on that for Friday.
You
Will
know-
it be on debt ceiling? Yeah.
And we'll have to make, the 7.5 million is currently in the long-term plan. So if council's position of 7.5 million, then the debt ceiling is not under threat because of that, with the 23 for the court extension. So if your question is actually, if 7.5 million was something different to that, what would the debt ceiling be? Then what is that other number that we should include to give you some good advice?
the fire rate, say, for example.
Another way to look at that, Hamish, might be if we do these projects we've got, what have we left for a bridge to hit our ceiling?
Yes, and so
And that might come out at 7.5, or it might come out a little bit more, don't know.
yes, I think it'll come out a little bit more. And I think the real issue won't be the debt ceiling, but it'll be repayment
The
affordability.
servicing of it.
And so the debt ceiling is unlikely to be particularly limiting, but how we service the debt would start to be the more material factor you would consider, I think.
Yeah. So there's one question for further information. The other one is I'd like to just shore up a few figures around that $31 per rateable unit. It just doesn't sound enough to me. Just a bit of a reassurance around that for Thursday.
Through the chair, that is for one particular year. It increases, we had that in the consultation document. The stadium increased to, let me just find it.
It's 117
That's
in
it.
year 8, reducing over time for 40 years, so that's what it says in the consultation.
That is absolutely
I
right.
couldn't find that.
So
Hundreds.
$31 per UAGC from year 6,
Correct.
and then peaking at 117.
In year 8.
In year
And then
8.
it starts to drop down.
117, right.
Yep.
Okay, I couldn't find that in that that I'm looking at. Yeah. It's probably there, but I didn't see it.
So do you need, does
no.
that, and that covers everything?
Yep.
Okay.
What does it cover? Interest, principal,
Interest, principal, and that was the main
rates,
thing.
running.
Depreciation.
Appreciation.
Interest, principal and depreciation.
What about power and rate, insurance and rates and
Had none of
staffing and
Operating costs. Yeah,
operate? That's the word.
I didn't get
Doesn't
any of
include
that.
operating costs.
it does.
It does, right?
Yeah, for the increase in level of service.
Okay, thank you, Russell.
Extra information, I'll squeeze it in there. The floor you're looking at putting down in the extension, is that suitable for other purposes? Because in the past we've had people talk about wanting to have a home show in there, and unless we covered the wooden floor, they may do damage. Car shows was another one that, and we did look at the costings for that protective, whatever it was to put on the floor, but
Yeah, but
yeah.
The intent would be to make it as much a multi-purpose use space as possible so that those things could happen. There are resource consent conditions currently attached with EA Network Centre that, again, currently we have to consider as per a request of change in terms of our consent condition to move it away from recreational sport would enable potentially a car show or a concert or something else. So there's multiple reasons as well as cost. We want to make sure at the same time that the flooring that we do select is still suitable for the main use. So if it was so multi-purpose that it was unsuitable for basketball or netball in terms of our primary users, we actually haven't achieved what we need to achieve. So yes, balancing act, but there'd be a lot of investigation as to what flooring type can be, the most user-friendly for a wide range of activities.
Richard?
It's to do with what you just talked about for UAGC and general rate. Do we, out at year 8, do we differentiate, it's probably for the financial decision, do we differentiate and have programmed out how far, what we expect the UAGC to be in year 8 and the general rate to be in year 8? Because obviously it's easy to say $117 on the UAGC, but obviously, or more than likely, the UAGC would be way over allocated. So all we're doing is just putting it on the general rate. So, you know, that number of 117, I've said this a few times, is not really a real number. It's like, it's a number that's just tossed in the heap. So we must, budgeting wise, we must have it worked out.
Through the chair, we have, as part of the process that Erin has done, setting all of those rates, has looked at where we apply dividends, etc., so that we're sitting at that 29.9. I can't give you that figure. That would be quite a bit of work to come back to you, because it's everything. So it's actually, there's multiple of increases, including inflation, etc., that's impacted on UAGCs and how we apply them, how we apply the dividends.
Okay, that's fine. I think just something we'll need to take into account, that the $117 on the UAGC is, at the moment, that's a massive proportion of UAGC. It's not just a few, not $5 more, it's 117. It's a huge amount more.
Yeah, be good to know what that is. Also, could we have a look at the resource consent, and if we do build another 3-court extension, and we wanted to have a car show, we wanted to have a rock concert in there, would we be allowed? For Thursday, that would be good, a quick look at that.
Yep, we'll do that.
Cool. That takes, that's all you need there, Mark. I think you've got the direction there. Lunch is not till 12:30, so shall we move on to Lakewood? Is he ready for that? Thanks, Sarah. Richard?
I'll just have to rustle up some extra staff.
How do you do that?
So it's the general feedback report, page 104 to 108.
Thank you.
We'll just need to check availability of key staff, in particular Tanya, but also Ian Soper, who are to be here for this part of the debate. So they're geared to be here at 1. Whether or not they're available right now, I'm not so sure. But we'll ask.
Is there another something on the sheet that with the staff here now we can move on to?
Policies at all, Tony?
You could actually jump and do the grants and the funding requests if you like, because that's me, if you want to do that now.
What page would that be?
In the general book. Hold on.
We're just clarifying that.
It's in the general 123 to 124.
123 to 124.
Well, Tanya's just here, whichever you want to do.
Funding requests. Okay.
Okay, cool. Oh.
Yeah, 123.
Thank you, through the chair. So through the course of the LTP submissions, you did receive funding requests for some additional funding from different community organisations. I also took the opportunity to bring into this part of the conversation the business cases that you received from your big funding, your big community organisations that you do fund on a regular basis. So that's the Event Centre, the Citizens Advice Bureau, Safe Communities and Safer Mid Canterbury. You'll see them up on the slide behind you. So happy to be guided by how you'd like to address those funding requests at this stage.
Shall we start at the top, shall we?
Yep, sure thing. Good place to start. So the Ashburton Event Centre, they have requested $341,037 as part of their ongoing operational grant. In the budget, we've got $337,800 for them. And they also had an additional request that came through as a part of their business case where they were seeking council to establish an ongoing, almost like a capital expenditure fund that we would sit and hold on their behalf, and they would apply to us on an annual or biannual basis for any repairs and maintenance or upgrades that they were needing at that time, based on the fact that they've got quite a big renewal program on their horizon. There's no money in the budget for that at this stage.
There's no, or there is?
No.
What
money.
was that figure that they were requesting there?
They didn't specify a figure. Across the entire business case, I think it was a couple of $100,000 that they were seeking over a period of about 3 or 4 years, but we haven't put anything in to address that at this stage.
So it could be, say, 50,000 a year set aside for them. We hold it, they call upon it if required for unexpected R&M.
Correct.
Yeah. And I think they did note their air conditioning is coming up to 14 years old, 13 years old, and still going fine. They're not budging on replacing it, but who knows? And they've got other things that need to do as well, because we have not funded, no one has funded depreciation on that building, and they've alluded to that to us over the years. Liz, thoughts?
What's the asterisks beside the top 4?
Thank you. The big 4 funders, groups that we fund on an annual basis, normally we just fund them on an annual basis, so they come to us each year with their business case. We've had conversations with them about potentially shifting to a 3-year contract.
Yep.
So that would help to give them some surety to say, yes, we've got 3 years worth of council funding at whatever the inflation rate is in the budget at the time. It probably will save a little bit of time in terms of the work that it takes to prepare an annual business case for you, for them, and also for you to consider. So at this stage, they're all comfortable with that approach, and they would be keen if council would be willing to offer that.
Is that on the ones with asterisks or all of them?
It's on the 4 with the asterisks. Yes.
So why isn't Sport Canterbury included in that then?
There have been changes at Sport Canterbury in the last few months where we've lost the manager that was providing a lot of direct support here, and there's just a little bit of a question in terms of value for money and the return on the investment that we're receiving now with some changes that they've had. So that's why officers at this stage are saying offer them another 12 months, that's great, and then that gives us a chance to have the conversations around return for us.
And another question, if that's right. So their requests and what's in the budget, some of them are out. At least some of them are a wee bit more. So is that, have they just inflated it, or have we inflated it, or how's that worked in those budget amounts?
Sure thing. The column on your right, called the in budget or not, what we've done is taken what their current funding is and applied the inflation rate to it. So that's how we come up with that number. I think overall it probably all washes in quite nicely.
What inflation number did you use?
I knew you were going to ask that, and I'm trying to think off the top of my head. I will find out.
6. No, okay.
No, I don't think it was quite that high. But I'll have a look on my spreadsheet.
Okay, but that's what you've used, so yeah.
Correct, yes.
So, Richard.
The top 4 I'm talking about, I look at the numbers and I go, yeah, well, we've discussed it before, but I wouldn't like to see them being funded out past the end of this council's term. It could be funded into the start of the next term, which would be into about July, but it's good for the next council to have the choice to look at it in their first year of their first term, rather than have it, the last one, spent the money for them out 2 or 3 years, because that's not right, because a lot of people could be campaigning on different avenues. It could be up, it could be down. So in that first year of their first term, they should have the choice to look at it.
Yeah, I think it should line up with a long-term plan is better. It takes the council laws probably that first year of a budget to get the feel of how it works, And here we are, second year in now, and you've got the understanding of how it works. First year's a little bit early, I would have thought.
Yeah.
Yeah. Was it? Well, look, the first 4, we're not thinking of doing it annually. We're thinking of lining it, that we're granting them plus inflation for the first 3 years of the plan. That's the request here. So, happy with that, Liz?
Yeah, I think those top 4 should be put on a 3-year cycle because it takes them a lot of time to apply for this, and they're coming in 6 monthly anyway with reports, etc. So we're keeping an eye on them. We know what's going on. They're reporting to us. So I think 3 yearly is good.
Yep. So we deal with the first one now. Agreed with that. 337 for the event centre, which is last year's plus inflation, and then there's that little sum of money to be confirmed or to be advised of now for repairs and maintenance that they don't know about, which the building's now 12 years old, which will be coming up and they have no funding for. And I'm thinking of a $40,000 fund there, which we hold, and they need to apply for it. If it doesn't, if they don't need it, it keeps accumulating. Thoughts? Phil? Yes. Tony? Oh, Carolyn's got a light on. Yeah.
Absolutely support that. Absolutely.
Yep. Tony?
I also support it, but the event centre would also have access to apply to the Lion Foundation, except for funding too, wouldn't they? And Mid-South can be trusted in those other outside organisations.
Yeah, they have and they do, and that's more for replacing things that need replacing and upgrading, like lighting and sound system. If you went to Les Miserables, the sound system in there is not theirs. It was bought in because theirs is not up to standard for that show. But if it was up to standard, they wouldn't have had to bring it in, which would have been an additional income for them. So yeah, one example, Richard.
I probably have a wee bit of concern around that one because I'd like to see them putting more skin in the game themselves. And so I'd concerned about just putting more money in, just the discretion to build it, because well, what are they funding themselves?
Tony?
On Stella is their business case for this request, and within that there is quite an extensive list of the repairs and maintenance and the depreciated type projects. So they've got a priority 1 bucket of projects and work to do, and that's sort of really urgent, high priority, like the sound system, for example, and that's several $100,000, and they're not seeking any money from us for that. They're putting us down into the priority 2 types of projects, which is like the econ, if that needs upgraded, if and when that does go. They've got an extensive plan, and it's worth another read if you've got the time to have a look to understand it. I don't think we're being used as a cash cow and the only source of funding for this.
Lane?
I'm in favour.
In favour? I think the general consensus there is favour. Good. Citizens' advice? Asking 16.5. No, sorry. 15.6. Yeah. Carolyn?
Absolutely. I think that they're very important in our town, and absolutely.
So are we giving them the 15,625 and saving money there?
Yes. 15,625. That's right, Tony, isn't it? That's the request.
Yes, it is. Would give them their request, but we have got extra in the budget.
Very safer communities, 54.
So if I can speak, so the reason why that has jumped up is because ACC have finished their 5 years of funding. So there was $15,000 annually funding safe communities, and it came in partway through the year, so there was $7,500 in there, and now, yeah, it's all been used up. So ACC pulled out of every safe communities funding, and so and we've come up to our 5 years of being a safe communities now, so that's why.
Is that because they see no value in it, or?
It's because ACC have prioritise their funding, I think. It's got nothing to do with what Safe Communities are doing. ACC has a totally different direction on where they're providing funding. They still send someone to our meetings, so we have Wendy from ACC come along to our meetings every couple of months, so she's there to give us input, but yeah, it's the way that ACC have gone, and they've probably had to pull back on a lot of things.
Lane?
Are they just funding you, or it's just the $7,000 you get every year?
No,
Is it for anything at all?
it's to keep the whole operation. You go. It was to get, so it was the same as the council funding for the operation of Safe Communities. Yeah, so when we became accredited, that's when the 5 years of ACC funding started. And we've been accredited for 5 years.
Is it Leslie reports to us 6 monthly on that? Yeah. Yep. Safer, happy with that, 54? Yeah. Safer Mid Canterbury. And is the budget, or as requested, there's 300 something different dollars? Budget? Budget, right. Sport Mid Canterbury, and budget 67, requesting 70. 67, look, Russell.
Thank you. Yeah, I'd be looking at the budget one, and then what you were saying, you will do a review of the value we get from that money before the next annual plan. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, correct.
67, Liz?
Just how much, I always thought that was about 60 or 65, but that doesn't match the inflation, so has it gone up quite a bit in the last few years?
So it used to always sit around the $58,000 to $60,000 mark, and it has had inflation applied over the last couple of years to it.
Hakateri Multicultural, 0.
I think they do a lot of good in our community, and we rely on our new migrant members, and they do a lot of work in the migrant centre based in obviously in town. They have cultural awareness workshops, they do ethnic forum leaders, they facilitate that sort of thing. I would like to see some contribution to their activity. They have asked to become a CCO, which I don't have a view on that at this stage, but I definitely think we should be supporting them in their activity.
Have we funded them in the past?
Thank you, through the chair. Yes, we do. So we fund them through the community agencies funding, which we do distribute through the grants and funding round. Their request has come in this way because they wish to not be in that contestable process, and they would like some certainty of funding with having it locked into a long-term plan. In the past, we've funded between about $7,500 to about $10,000, and council has considered an application from them for the 24-25 funding.
And we've already done that, so this is coming from another angle, which we've already decided already.
Correct.
Yeah. I have a 0 here because we've done it somewhere else.
They won't know that though.
Oh, they won't know that. Yeah. Yeah. Carol?
They've submitted, if you look at that, and I'm sure you'll have, they've submitted quite a strong business case for this request. And the full submission's on page 793. I can't remember what the grant was, but I would like to see it topped up, at least partially anyway.
That's been funded elsewhere, Liz?
And I'm sort of thinking on the same lines of maybe CAB, so maybe sort of around that 15k less what the grant was for this year. But did they indicate that they're looking at doing this, wanting this every year, and they would apply for it every 3 years? Is that what we were getting at?
Yeah, that would be the ultimate seeking from council, is to have a confirmation on locked and loaded funding and a long-term plan, rather than have to go through the contestable funding process like everybody else.
So then they would apply for that for 3 years running, and then being included in our 6 monthly reports, where they would come in and do 6 monthly reports to council. Is that how it would work?
It would be. I guess I urge a word of caution. It's how we used to distribute our funding, was on this basis through the long-term plan and annual plan basis. And what it meant was that you were having extensive reporting for very, in the big scheme of things, small amounts of money. And hence why we moved it over to having a community agencies contestable grant, which sat to the side. So you could argue that Citizens Advice Bureau is being funded and being asked to jump through hoops that are far more extensive than what anyone else is for that level of funding.
Okay,
But we are where we are with Citizens Advice Bureau, but I just think you need to be careful you don't open the gates and have everybody coming in this way instead of the usual process.
I'm thinking status quo, no change to what they've had before.
Sorry, I'll go back. 15 minus whatever they get
That's
in
your
the grant,
suggestion.
whether you or you take their grant
That's your
away and
suggestion.
add it to the to make 15.
Okay, thanks Liz. Who's
Right.
up next? Russell, Tony.
They have 8 funders at the moment, which I think their income is about 65,000 from memory. I asked Selwyn when he was here, and we fund them, I think, 5 to 7. The council fund them 5 to 7,000, which I think, personally, is probably enough to do their job. Do they need any more? Selwyn thinks they do, but I don't think he does.
Justification is Russell.
Thank you. And somewhere in amongst all the submissions, I'm sure I read one that wanted us to up the value of our contestable fund. And so I assume at some stage we're going to talk about that, because if there was more money available on that, then when they apply, obviously we can give more away. So that is one of the topics, is it somewhere?
It is. Yes, it is one of those topics of whether you want to increase the level of community grant funding. Yeah.
Many people talked about core services we should be concentrating on, and some would say this is a core service. I don't believe it's a core service, because there's many. We have a social. Our government has a social department which provides a lot of services. So I think I'm probably a no, just simply because of that reason. We do an amount, but we shouldn't do it all. It's not our job to do it all.
Carol.
I'm just trying to find how much we've given them in previous years. I think it was 3. Do you have that handy, Tony? I think it was 3 or 4. I saw it in here, now I can't find it.
Through the chair, we've ranged between $7,000 to $10,000.
Okay, I was on the summary page. I would support Liz's submission that we do 15, and I think the government have traditionally funded a lot of things in the past that they do or do not any longer, and I think that the Hakatū Multicultural Council do a heck of a lot of good in our community that is often under-recognised, and I think we should support them.
We support Welcome Communities in this building.
We do.
Which is not the same, but works with.
We do.
We're putting a reasonable resource in there already into Welcome
In your view, Mr Mayor, yeah.
In my view, yes. Liz?
Do you think that they've probably asked or requested this funding because the Welcoming Communities role is now 20 hours instead of 40? Do you think that's had anything to do with it?
Possibly, yes.
I don't know. Have we, doing what we're doing, have we seen any gaps? I think we've got it right. Same as Richard. They've been funded elsewhere. Let's leave it as 0. Thoughts? 0? 0, 0, 0, yep.
No,
Liz? 2. Majority is 0, but not unanimous.
May I make one final comment? If people are not sure what they do before they vote, I suggest they go and read the submission and get some feeling as to what they actually do.
We've done that. Plains Museum. Right, Russell.
Just an explanation, especially for the newer councillors, on, because the Plains Museum Trust is council appointed, isn't it? And it's tie up with the reserve board. Just so an explanation just on how that works. And yeah.
Sure thing. I've become an expert. at the Tynwald Reserve, within there's the Ashburton Heritage Park, or the Plains Museum site. On that site are a number of different users. So you've got your Railway and Preservation Society, your model engineers, your fire museum, etc. If you think of it from a hierarchical perspective, the Tynwald Reserve Board are charged with managing the entire reserve. They have, with Council's blessing, put in a structure of this Plains Museum Trust, and their job is to facilitate the conversations between the users on the ground of that land and back into the Tynwald Reserve Board and Council. Because this was a lot of passionate groups who have been there for an extensive period of time and had some strong views on how they should operate, but weren't necessarily operating within the rules that we needed them to on a reserve. So the Plains Museum Trust's job, they were set up about 2012, I think. They now hold a lease to do the work that they do from the Tynwald Reserve, and their job is really about making sure that that Plains Museum site, the Heritage Park, is available for as many different users as possible and meets the needs of the Reserve Board as well. So the Plains Museum Trust have come and requested they can see a number of different projects over a 5-year period that they would like to grab by the horns and get running with now. They've had a fairly tumultuous 10 years to get to this point, but they're actually now at the stage of being able to deliver tangible projects on behalf of the Reserve Board and the site. Hence, they are seeking some council support to get that running.
Thanks, Tony, for that overview. So we're going to park it there, and we're going to have lunch, break for lunch, and we'll come back and we'll just finish this one off straight after lunch, then we'll go into the 1 o'clock session. Great. Back here at 1 o'clock, councillors. Thank you. the afternoon session of the deliberations, and we'll continue on with the Plains Museum Trust's request for funding. Tony.
Thank you. So the Plains Museum Trust, just to expand on the summary that I've got sitting up on that table, they have sought funding over the first 5 years of the LTP. In total, it combines up to $170,000. For year one, they're seeking $35,000 for signage and entranceways. Year two, they're seeking $38,000 for a detailed development plan. And also $40,000 to fix the main water connection. And in year three, they're seeking $50,000 for infrastructure projects in and around the Heritage Park. Lighting is probably their primary focus in that year three. And then out to year 4 and 5, they have a view of undertaking some work to understand what the public convenience needs might be in and around their site, because they feel that that could be lacking in time.
Questions? Zero, moving on.
Yeah.
Was a year? Yeah. Okay. I just posed it. Because, Russell?
Thank you. I've just got to get my head around the relationship between this and the reserve board and where the request should have come from. But we establish these groups and we want them to do a good job, but then we constrain them by not giving them any money, which makes achieving some of their outcomes very difficult. But I don't want to say 170 yes now, but I think for some of that signage and that in year one, I think that's quite important for the benefit of that whole precinct. So I could live with that, and then I'd like to flesh out the other things they wanted and the importance of it and so on from there.
Liz?
Thank you. I probably agree with that, especially that year one amount of the signage and the entranceways. But just a question on the toilet facility. So it's $5,000 extra on top of what they're being funded at the moment. Is that? I'm trying to remember the original submission. So there's no funding for them at all. There's no funding for. So why are they asking for $5,000 for toilets then?
You had to do a pathway to the toilet, was it?
Sorry, I'm just busy skimming it now. Sorry, I'd just taken brief notes before. So the $5,000 would be to appropriate signposting within the Heritage Park to the public toilets that are already on the Timor Reserve Board.
Okay.
Timor Reserve, sorry.
That's to do signage.
Yes, correct.
$5,000 for signage.
Yes. For signage for the public, to the public toilets.
There must be quite a bit of signage in that. Yeah, these numbers they've got, have they been peer reviewed? Or just assuming they are there?
There's simply numbers that have been requested through the submission process.
Yeah. I'm just trying to pull up the actual submission and the things. What page was the actual submission on? Okay. 888.
So in that case, is there any other way that they would apply for, like, they've obviously missed our grants funding, so what have they applied, like, who have they applied to in the past for, or is this kind of a new group that are wanting to actually, get ahead and do a bit more?
Through the chair, they've never been in a position to undertake project work up until this point. They have been battling other battles up until now. So now they're getting their eyes up and looking to what future development does look like in and around the Heritage Park. They are making some amendments to their constitution to allow them to apply to other funders in the future, but that's not underway yet. So the request is for council to almost get them started on some project work initially, and maybe seed funding as a way of looking at it on an annual basis that then they can use to capitalise for other things.
The detailed development plan in year 2, have we signalled that that's what they should do, or they come up with the idea of that's what they should do?
Through the chair, they have had conversations with council and council's open spaces team in and around what that looks like, and so that costing of $20,000 to $38,000 comes from advice that they've received from council officers of what that would take.
Methven's doing their strategic plan, I think it's called that, and we've allocated them how much?
That's $20,000, and we plan to do that in-house for them.
No?
Yeah, I don't have any questions, but maybe I can give some answers. They are a new group, but we had different groups there who didn't work together. That was for the last 15 years just hard work for the Talent Reserve Board and also for the trust what was set up. And having the trust, and every organisation there has a trustee on it. So they're all having the same. And before that, it was a bigger group there, and it's been there for a long, long time, and they thought they owned the whole domain. They could do what they wanted, and everyone else who was and could be there, they didn't want them. So, and that is on council lands. So basically that's quite simple. That is where the trust came in from council, and basically that's how we operate now. We're working together, but they look after their own area, and they have the funding for that. Saying that, the Talent Reserve Board still does quite a bit of work. There's some big trees going out on their side, and the board, the Talent Reserve Board, is paying for that. So, but they have to get some funding for themselves, doing the signage, getting some roadings fixed over the years. There is no toilet. Well, there isn't toilet, but it's only in one of the organisations, and we've got the public toilets in the domain next to the pool, and that's only 3 toilets as well. So if you go on a Saturday and they're open, there is oodles of people. It's just really full. So really, there's not enough toilet there. Full stop. The children's day is there once a year, while you can't find any place. Kids likes to pedal somewhere, but we don't have enough toilets for that. Some try against trees, looks so nice, but it's not there. It's a domain what is used quite well, and especially with those organisations there. Every second week, I can hear trains, the fire stations. It's always used. And it's always free.
Richard?
Yeah, I'm loath to fund it through this avenue. I like to see funds going through, grants to different things, because it's all the similar way. And I probably, this is when people do this sort of a park thing, it's their hobby, their passion, but it should be funded by themselves almost a wee bit rather than the council, because it's money we're just going to put in, but it won't stop, will it? That'll be the trouble. And the reserve board system is very good, and you have the users look after themselves. The reserve board is the one that, and if it's the toilet one, well, that should perhaps come through the reserve board rather than through this avenue, I would have thought, because it's the reserve facilities, and that has its own special way of doing it. So I'm probably a no.
Caroline?
I think I think it's reasonable to do a strategic plan, and then just once we view the strategic plan and look at their priorities and considerations and recommendations, then we could make additional decisions. But I think prior to that, we just sort of pulling things out of the air, really.
I'm not sure that this group would have the ability to apply for grants, especially to council anyway, because they are a council-appointed committee. So that wouldn't be an option. I am in favour of giving them, especially year one, and then that gives us through to the next annual plan some time. So I would be in favour of giving them the money for their signage, because it is very ad hoc, the signage at the entranceway to that complex.
If they did a development plan, that would guide them on what signage they would need, would it?
Thank you, through the chair. So what's happened with the signage is up until now it has almost been the groups and organisations that sit underneath the Plains Museum Trust, those who are in the most financially able position have put up the biggest sign, and so it implies the way in which the current signage is sitting over there that they own the site or they are the boss of the site. The Plains Museum Trust now is rebranding it as the Ashburton Heritage Park, and so the signage that they want to put up is that new branding of the Ashburton Heritage Park. So appreciate the view of the development plan. I think that is necessary in time too, but it's almost a parallel issue, if you like, to the one around the signage that they're trying to get achieved as soon as possible.
So what should come first, the plan or to start this work? The work sort of, I don't say it's ad hoc, but it's sort of alongside where the plan would guide them to what needs to be done, would it not?
I think the signage is their first cab off the rank, and I think if they were to say their second top priority out of the list that they've put through, it would be the development plan.
I think, Mr Chairman, I'm sympathetic to the cause. I think what they're trying to achieve there is a benefit to our town and to our district. So, but like Russell, I'd probably be happy to support them to 5,000 so that people know where to go. But when Stefan was in, I actually asked them had he applied to the Lion Foundation with South Canterbury Trust, but some were saying that they can't, but I thought they'd be able to do that sort of thing. Okay.
So you're suggesting 5,000 for their signage from council?
35,000.
Their request is 35,000 in year one.
I know, but he said 5.
Oh,
No, it's on 35.
Was it?
There's a bit of confusion.
Sorry, I thought it was $5,000.
Oh, in year one they're requesting 35. So is that what you're suggesting? Oh, yeah, the others have to go. Oh, okay, we'll come back to you, Tony. Yep. Phil?
Yeah, I think it's a wonderful asset for the town. I know that they have some high costs with health and safety and insurance and all that sort of thing, and but yeah, I like the idea of getting a development plan organised. But yep, I think it'd be good to give them the 35 for their signage and entranceways.
Lane?
Yes, I'm the same. There are a good group of people there. They do an awful lot of work. They find their own money. So you just need to help them start getting as a big group now, just with the right signs, with a good entrance, and that they will feel part of this district.
So I'm hearing 35 for the signage in year one, and I'm thinking year two, tidy that up as well, 20,000 for their plan. We've asked for it, they need one. We should fund, I think, for 20,000 if it gains any support. Caroline?
I think they should do their plan first. That's my view.
Comments, Liz?
I think the branding's important, so sign whether or not it's going to be 35k or not. I mean, we could put 20,000 in year one, 20,000 in year two, and that covers the signage and the development plan.
The signage, it seems quite expensive, or it looks like that way, so for 35, but we could put the wording up to 35. And if they don't need 35, they don't get 35, it's up to. You budget 35, but if they don't draw on it, they won't need it. And then year two, 20,000 for the plan, and if there's anything left over from the signage, it would go towards it. Makes sense? Liz, or Tony?
Well, I was just going to ask Tony, so is that similar to like a reserve board where you would put your budget in and if you got thinking of the Methven domain or the reserve board where we did the car park, resealed the car park, and it didn't come to what we had in the budget. So is that sort of similar of how we could do it? Like because it's connected to council
Yeah, I'm thinking of it as a reserve board type project from which, like, the reserve board would be the, I guess, the payer of the bills. I guess the up to $35,000 is great. I guess it's the mechanism of ensuring that where the line starts and stops, so that you don't just get the spending all the way up to $35,000. So perhaps then the up to control could be the Timwood Reserve Board having a sign off of saying, yep, we want that sign and that's the right price, and that's the other piece that we're happy to fund, and then no, we're not going any further from that to ensure there's that check and balance on the 35k, if you're comfortable with that.
Yep, the General Reserve Board has oversight of it. Yep. Hang on. No, you'll have to wait, Lane, there you go.
We are, basically, if everything that happens in the domain or in the reserve can come from the people, but it comes through the Timwood Reserve Board.
Because the Reserve Board will need to approve the signage and what it looks like and what it is.
Yeah. They can do it, we can see it.
You'll approve, yeah. Rob?
Yeah, I was along the line, same sort of lines. I was thinking, can we see a quote for the signage before that we start dishing money out? But if it's going to a reserve board, any overflow went back to them.
Yep. The Reserve Board will see all that and give it the governance it requires.
Yeah.
That's what they're there for. Okay. So just year 1 and 2 is done. Once the plan has been completed, then that'll guide for year 3. So it'll come back to the annual plan for that.
Yep, sounds good.
Okay, thank you. Plans to base youth cafe.
So yes, through the presentation from BASE last week, there was a funding request there of up to about $65,000 per year for a youth worker to be based out of BASE effectively. So when through the questioning that with last week, you guys managed to get clarification, not council employing the youth worker, but that would be effectively a grant to BASE to employ the relevant person. And a big part of that work for that person, as well as providing support for our local youth, would be to get the youth advisory group up and running, which council could then provide some expertise to, as also use them as a way of eliciting any on-the-ground issues for our young people.
I'm trying to find their full submission. What page is their full submission on in document 1 or 2? In document 1 or 2? 1. Thank you.
Can I ask a question, please?
Tony. Oh, no. Liz, sorry, go for it.
The Youth Council funding, so that's been taken out of the LTP, but I recall that there's a reserve for the Youth Council. How much is that? Is that about 35k, or have I got that wrong?
Yes, correct. There is a Youth Council reserve. I don't think it's as high as that. I'll have to check. I think it's around the $15,000 mark, but that is still existing.
So there is a possibility that the Youth Council reserve funding could be used for the, what's it called, the youth advisory group. And I mean, I was definitely not in support of the Youth Council disbanding, or whatever you call it, and I think this is a really good way to get our youth involved. And we did see a lot of comments in our submissions about the Youth Council and how disappointed people were. So I think that's a good option, and if we were able to use some of that reserve money, I think that would be I know it's only for 1 year, so there'd have to be options of how we would go forward, but I think our youth needs something, and we don't have a youth council, and we've got some reserve money in there.
Neil?
Caroline?
Thank you. How much is in the reserve money? Sorry, Tony, I just didn't hear that.
Thank you. From memory, it's sitting about $15,000.
Is that an annual cost of that youth council? Was about $15,000?
No, sorry. The annual budget was sitting around about the $12,000 to $15,000 a year. But when the decision was made before Christmas to cease with the youth council, we then dropped that budget out of the long-term plan budgets. So there's only the youth council reserve
think-
left.
I think, I take your point, Liz, I think the youth council was dropped because of the extreme youth rather than the under 25 youth. I agree, we need to keep the, 18 to 25-year-olds in the town, and I think a youth council is an excellent idea. I would not support funding of a attractive position for a youth worker or social worker. I would not support that. I think that's outside our role, and I would like to make, because there are already people that do that, and I don't know that that's where we should be getting involved in. And we have, psych services, and we have the doctors, or we'll have special intervention people, and there's obviously WINS and all sorts of players in that market. So I do not support that, but I certainly support a youth council to the tune of $10,000 to $15,000 annually.
Any support, Tony? Get your light on.
Not so much a youth council, youth advisory group, which I'm guessing would be, there'd be help from council staff and possibly councillors who could be, could sit on that board or that group. Has there been much talk about it, or has it just been the proposal?
There has been an interim conversation around how council could provide democracy or governance type input into a youth advisory group, but as a bespoke speaker that might go along to give a presentation on what it means to be governance or to do governance or what local democracy looks like, not an on the ground daily operating running of the advisory group. I can go and I'll try and find out that reserve and feed that into the information on Thursday if you'd like. Yep.
Through the chair, at our last annual report, we had 38k sitting in the reserve.
Direction. Right, Russell.
That 38k funds 3 years of that advisory group, so and then that'll be time for the next annual plan, next long-term plan. So I think that would be a good use of that money because it's going back into the youth of the district.
Yeah, I
Agree there. That's the solution. Use like that.
Yep.
Phil?
And they've said ideally one elected council member on the board as well. And as I mentioned to you, Neil, I'd be more than happy to be that one member.
Yep, we'll note that you're happy to do that. No one else put the hand up to assist Phil with that. If he needs assistance, Russell will give you a hand, but you can be that person, liaison, or the governance councillor. Great. We talk about the 65, or we decided on that for the youth worker. Liz.
I'm not sure it's our role to employ a youth worker. I think we would probably not to employ it to fund a youth worker. I think if we were going to do anything, we'd do something in-house and maybe work with those groups. But, yeah.
Right, good direction there. Tony, Caroline with it.
I agree. I don't think it's our role to fund a youth worker, and I think there are people whose role it is that know a lot more about that area than we do.
Tony?
I endorse the previous two speakers.
Russell?
We've seen the effect of the lack of resources that have been put into youth, especially the troubled use of our town in this very facility. And I think if that youth worker, if we were funding it, could spend some time in our facility as well as being at base, may have an advantage to council in the long term. So I think there could be some advantages there. Just how it exactly works, I just can't get my brain around it the second. But
Hamish?
No, we've previously talked to council about the role we saw at the Horowhenua District Council in Levin, the Kaitiaki program they're running there, which is essentially aimed at improving security in their library in Levin, with a focus on a different approach to security, and it seems like a close alignment to the idea of some sort of youth worker type focus. So there is the gems of an idea that has merit from our point of view in that. We haven't quite got to the point yet of working through that detail, and of course we don't currently have separate funding available to us for establishing that program. The way that I understand the Kaitiaki program in the North Island is that's a full-time resource spread across 2 people, one during the week and one in the weekend, based in the library. So it's slightly different to a youth worker at another external user, but the synergies with this idea do seem to make some sense, but we haven't got resource currently, and we're still exploring our own needs from a library and a security point of view.
Police have a youth worker, don't they? Youth liaison officer.
Yes, I understand they do.
Yeah. Could we invite him or her to spend more time in the library if they're not already?
We could, but I think one constable spread across the whole Ashburton district with whatever the demands of his employer or her employer are isn't going to easily be the role such as we've seen in Horowhenua, but spending more time in the library may help. The Kaitiaki program is a different look and feel to security than the uniform and the radios and the paraphernalia that security and police officers tend to wear.
Te Waka Tipu, they have youth workers. Not looking at Liz, do they? Phil.
I was just going to say it's probably early enough too, Hamish, with now seeing what happens after there's some trespass notices and seeing how that shakes down and
yes,
continuing trouble, etc. So
yes, I agree. There's a couple of things at play, isn't there? There's been the trespass notices. There's the colder weather, and we're not currently in school holiday time. Things have certainly been progressing, as I understand it, pretty well downstairs in the last week or 3. Yep. But how long that continues when school's out and the weather improves again, we're just not sure yet. But there's been improvement from the trespassers, that is absolutely true.
Russell?
Thank you. So if we say no to this now, there is a possibility come the next annual plan from within house there could be maybe a request for some funding that could go in line with this.
Yes, I think that's one avenue. It could be that if we had a significant escalation of behaviour that was putting our staff's health and safety at risk, that we might come to you quite separately from a budget planning process to seek support to deal with health and safety issues that our people might face.
Because I think the issue is the youth won't relate to a police officer there, even if their intention is to work with that youth. There's a real barrier there to cross, if you like. Which is probably intergenerational and be very difficult to break down.
It's an entire style of security that's quite different to any sort of traditional model, and I don't think we yet fully understand the Kaitiaki model in Horowhenua well enough to have formed a strong view, and it may be that we've got to dig a bit deeper into that program. But from what I've seen online, it's blokes in a t-shirt and shorts mingling with the people, not a traditional security look. Yeah.
So I think we've got to the stage it's a 0, but the door's still open for more discussion.
Yeah.
Okay, next one is Methven Swimming Pool.
So Methven Swimming Pool, with the support of the Methven Community Board and a few other submitters, have sought to increase their annual grant of $15,000 up to $25,000. This is paid for on a targeted rate out of Methven. At the moment, we've only got $15,000 in the budget.
Rob.
That just cut me off at the knees, Tony. Yeah, we had the chap in the other day saying the costs going up. It's a very well used facility, etc. Is there any wriggle room somewhere we can bring it up to their request?
You'll decide.
Yeah, we can decide it.
Yeah.
You're doing that now?
Yeah.
Ken, if you want. Liz?
I support this. And I think when we were looking at how much an extra $10,000 was on Methven rates, I reached out to Leanne, and I think $5,000 was an extra $3.72 or something on each household rates or something. So there were 1,283 rateable properties in Methven, and so that was how it was split up. I quickly looked at my rates bill, so at the moment I'm paying $146.20, which is the Methven Community Board UAC, and the 15,000 is included in that because it gets paid out from the Methven Community Board, whereas the Mount Hutt Memorial Hall I pay $26.80 for the upkeep of that, so that's a separate rate. So to be fair, I think like the pool keys there are $140 a season, which I pay, and I probably go 3 times a year. And a lot of people will buy those pool keys as a bit of a donation to keep the pool going. So I don't think the Methven community will be that outraged to have an extra $7.50 or whatever on top of their targeted rate to keep our very beloved pool going.
Richard?
I support the targeted rate on the Methven people to pay for their pool, but could you just quickly inform us, if I'm right, the rest of the district, excluding the urban pools, which are paid for out of the general rate and out of UAGC, where everybody pays for the EA Centre pools, but the other rural pools, they've got a fund of exactly how much is it for the Rakaia, all that, Hines, all that pools?
Thank you. Through the chair, in the past it's been $50,000, but from year one of the LTP it's shifted to $100,000 at council's direction.
And it's funded from?
Rural amenity rate.
It is the rural amenity rate, correct.
So effectively, all we're doing is doing the same thing. The rural Methven doesn't pay the rural amenity rate, does it, at its own? So it's the same outcome. The only ones not paying for the pool is the people of Ashburton Urban District, because we pay for the pool twice effectively through our general and UGC. So people of rural and Methven are paying for their pools, the Ashburton pool, and they're paying for their own private pool separately.
So it's a funding policy.
Yes, it is a fact. I'm just pointing that out.
We're coming to that at some stage soon.
Primarily because the EA Networks Centre is regarded as a district facility, not an Ashburton pool.
Yeah, I think his point was that Methven pay for their pool and they pay for the Ashburton pool. Someone in Mayfield pay for their pool and the Ashburton pool. That's, I think, his point was.
Yeah, that's right. But the definition of EA Networks is district facility, not Ashburton pool.
Yeah.
I think we did discuss. Is it my turn? I think we did discuss the pools and the community and the smaller villages love their pool and happy to support their pool. So that's fair enough. I totally support Methven having a targeted rate on their swimming pool. We had one submitter, or it was said during submissions, that the schools aren't paying towards the pool. I thought the schools were paying towards the pool. They do.
The pools get a grant from Lion Foundation to...
I'll turn off. Tony, can you turn off so I can go back on again after Liz, and then I'll turn off.
Good cheer.
Am I allowed to talk now?
Well, she says you can, so you can.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think Jimmy did mention something about the support that I think it's more from Mount Hutt College, I'm not sure, but I had always heard that there was a set amount of money that came per child from each of the 3 schools that went to the pool.
From Methven did, yeah.
Yeah.
Caroline.
I was just organising the speaking queue. Yes, it does answer my question, and I'm happy to support the rate on the Methven pool.
Glad you arranged that queue. Tony.
My turn?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sympathetic to the cause, Mr. Mayor. We had a good enthusiastic submission from the young man from Methven, so I just see it as volunteers doing a good job, actually.
Richard?
The Methven pool budget was in somewhere here, wasn't it? Was it in their submission? It'd be good just to see that, because everybody can see that you know, how much they're raising for the pool themselves. That's probably, that explains it to the best. Do you remember what page it was on?
We're all happy with it.
Page 951 of volume 1.
And can I just add, I think that budget was from a couple of years ago, because they haven't been operating for the last 2 years, and they've fundraised close to $250,000 to upgrade their pool. So they haven't, they've been doing a lot of fundraising and a lot of grant applications as well.
Good. That's locked in 25. Ashburton Army Cadets. It's hard to. Yeah, we've had their submission. They would like the buildings over there, and we'll let them know when they come up for tender, and council has decided that they can tender alongside others for them. Happy with that? Liz. No? Russell.
Thank you. The impression I got from their submission was, I think they were hoping the buildings weren't going to be a cost to them. I know you asked the question, but I think they missed the point, and I have a feeling they were looking for a gift of those buildings.
I didn't get that feeling. No, I didn't get that feeling, but can be clarified. Richard?
Okay. Can you just clarify which building? So they're talking of the staff cafeteria at the old council building over here.
In the chamber, the old chamber.
And the chamber.
Yep.
Okay. Yep.
They have the land. They just need those buildings.
Yeah. They weren't interested in maybe the two prefab buildings in behind the Balmoral Hall.
Plan B.
Plan B. Okay, that's fine. Yeah.
Plan A.
Plan A is quite is because those buildings are quite valuable. Plan B, they're not quite as valuable.
We'll know what they're worth when they get tendered.
Yes.
And we are presupposing council's decision. At the moment, we don't have a council decision to dispose of them, and that's coming before you, I think, on the 26th of June.
Yep.
But assuming that goes the way everyone assumes, then they will be available.
Right. Liz?
Just got another question. The Methven Community Board did a submission regarding the Birdsong initiative for $10,000. Does that hook into this, or is that a totally separate piece of work?
Thank you. It's become a bit of a not a mess, but we've got a few different things sitting in different areas. But the Methven, we've got a specific section tomorrow on Methven, so that's where the Birdsong Initiative sits. If you're happy for me to, I've got 2 further funding requests, or one's a comment, one's really a request. That if you're happy to do them now.
Let's have a look at them anyway.
Yeah, cool. So the first one is a submission from the Ashburton Aviation Museum, and it was around having a contribution towards their insurance costs. Their full submission can be found in volume 2, page 501.
What is the insurance cost? Do you know?
Through the chair, no, I don't know. We'd have to go back to them and find that out.
And they also asked for, was it for rates as well? Do they pay full rates, or
Through the chair, they get a 50% remission on their rates.
50%, same as every other community group gets?
Correct, and that's all we've got delegation to do. That's the only remission policy.
You wouldn't know what they are, but approximately what the rate
No,
would be?
sorry, not off the top of my head, no. I can find out in the next short while.
Okay, thanks. If you can find that. Liz?
Do we pay insurance for the Plains Museum or to the Plains Trust? I know we pay the insurance at Hakatiri Marae.
We pay the indemnity insurance.
Indemnity insurance.
Yeah, if I've got that right. on halls around the district as well.
Yep.
So if that was deemed a hall, the museum building, along that lines, then you could pay the indemnity insurance.
So they're not asking for indemnity, they're asking for what kind?
Well, it says that
Insurance.
it would be nice to get assistance with that, which is
Right.
doesn't mean the whole lot, but it could be. But Russell,
Another really tricky one. This is a magnificent group of people doing a fantastic job for our district, and they do bring a lot of people to the area to go to the museum. It's highly regarded, highly thought of. Like a lot of other organisations, we're very lucky that hundreds and hundreds of volunteer man hours go into, or people hours I should probably say. And it would be nice to support them, and I know they get the 50% rates remission, but it's very hard when they haven't given us any figures and quite what their expectation is. It makes it difficult. So,
as a suggestion, could we put $5,000 in there as a number, and we find out what their insurance is, and on Thursday we might be able to tidy that up a wee bit, whether that's a measly sum or that's plentiful, and we don't know.
I would support that.
If there's a will to assist at all. Caroline?
Yep, I agree.
Richard?
I agree, but sometimes I'd like to understand how we decide if a museum is good and a sports club's not, or if something else is good and something else is bad, because we get into that, Memorial Halls is very well set out, or other halls, they get it in the same way, in the Hecatory Marai, I note the other halls, but now we've got museums, so does the Staveley Museum get it? So that was the question. I'm just asking. My only concern that we need to have a policy almost on what we're doing.
And I think we can do a little bit of research by Thursday, because I imagine the cost here for the museum is actually not just the indemnity value of the building, but that the increase in their insurance costs may well be associated with the contents of the museum, which is a completely different thing to memorial halls and such forth. But we can seek their views and provide council a little more information by Thursday.
Rob?
Yeah, I echo just what Hamish was saying. It'll be the cost of what they have inside the hangar will be where the value is.
So we'll have a bit more info for Thursday. Thank you. Anything else, Tony?
Just the last one, so the Connecting Mid-Canterbury Charitable Trust, they just asked a question through their submission, was wanting confirmation from council of if they apply inflation to council grants and if this has happened in the past. So just to confirm, the LTP grants included in the budget so far do have inflation applied across them. The last two LTPs, the inflation has not been applied to community grants.
Happy with that? Good. Yep.
Thank
Oh,
you.
Tony. Tony. Yep.
Too many Tonys. We'll get you back to the schedule, which is Lake Hood now.
Okay, let's go Lake Hood and pages.
I think it's 104 of the general.
What page is it?
5, 6, 7. Oh, it was 5. Oh, no.
Sorry, Mike, could you just repeat the page number?
Page 104 of the general feedback.
104, thank you.
On the board.
Who's kicking off?
Maybe just a couple of slides to set the scene in terms of the feedback that we received. So largely these submissions sort of focused on the approach to investment in Lakewood, including the whole issue of water quality. There was 27 submitters. I think pretty much all of those supported increased investment at the lake, and these were some of the key points that were made in terms of council's taking over those management and maintenance responsibilities from start of July, and an additional budget included in the LTP for that. Recognising the status of Lakewood as an economic driver and attracting both people and events, recreational activities, both organised and family type outings. Also just a recognition that it's not just a local resident facility, but serves the wider mid-Canterbury community. The whole issue of the water quality issue that's come up and how that can be addressed in an ongoing and proactive manner, and maintaining a level of investment towards that to ensure that the lake's health is usable and viable. And as part of that ongoing collaboration with the Water Quality Task Force, and generally recognising the importance of the Lakewood to the local community and further strategic planning to be undertaken going forward. As a side, there was also one of the submitters requested the bringing forward the construction of the new public conveniences from, I think, year 4 to 10 to year 2. So I'll pass this one over to Neil or Tanya.
Just on those public conveniences, whereabouts would they go? Where are they planning to go?
Through the chair, they were planning to go down on the northern end, almost opposite the large yachting and rowing building, so further to the north than the current boat ramp toilets.
What process has that gone through to get them into a plan already?
Through the chair, it's came through several requests that we've had anecdotally as staff, and it went through into the draft toilet assessments plan, which we then had factored into the asset management plan for public conveniences that the council did discuss prior to Christmas in the initial budget setting round.
Caroline.
I see, I'm just reading the ECAN long-term plan. Thank you, Hamish, for flicking the link through. And on one page of that, somebody submitted bringing forward the proposed Carter's Creek investigation project into the draft long-term plan to start 24-25, and they've got 27-29, 500,000 per year for years 4 to 6 of the long-term plan, and 1.5 million for design and implementation of preferred options. This is in plan and it's not confirmed, but are we separate or are we working alongside, or how is that rolling out?
Well, we're separate and in partnership with ECAN on a whole host of issues across the district. Yeah. One of those is Carter's Creek, but the creek itself is primarily an ECAN responsibility. But we have a great deal of interest in the quality of the discharge from that creek, and work with them.
That's right. But if it's primarily an ECAN responsibility, and they have consulted, and they have received what I consider to be quite an in-depth sort of submission. Unfortunately, the name was redacted, so I don't know who submitted it. But I think, we've got to be careful we don't double up and do what someone else is doing.
Indeed.
Shall I tell everybody what page it's on, just for your own information? It's page 12 of 692 in the long-term plan of ECAN. Hamish has just sent the link out, and it's the third one from the top.
Yeah, so Council ADC itself submitted on bringing forward that funding, as does a significant number of Tynwald residents and Lakewood locals, and a number presented in person to Environment Canterbury as well. So it's more around the flood investigation and the stormwater, which will have a flow-on effect for Lakehood, but it's really primarily those issues in Tynwald itself and feeding down towards Lakehood. So we hope that they do bring it forward.
Richard?
Can you just expand on the 715k, which is funded through, and how's it funded and where it's spent? Because I understood it was more reserves and things like that. Can you just expand that out, please, a bit for us?
Page 104 describes how that is funded.
Ashburton amenity rate 50/50 with the general rate.
I thought that. The capital works for canal changes and that sort of stuff, is that to, sort of part of Lakehood, or is it more a district-wide cost of, capital cost, like sort of roading or something like that? I'm not saying it's roading costs, but it concerns me that we took over Lakehood and now we're going to have all these costs straight in, and how that 200,000, how would that be funded? Where would it be funded from?
That's what the question is right now.
Where from? Is a targeted rate on the Lakehood residents?
They're the same rating basis, 50/50, amenity rate and general rate.
Okay. And the 200 you'll see from the officer's note is likely to be capital funding. So that capital would ordinarily be perhaps raised by debt or some other source, and then that's the servicing of that debt that would become the operating expenditure over a period of time. There is 50k we're suggesting needed to try and coordinate this work with resource we don't currently have. That would be operating expenditure and spread across the current rating split.
So
for your consideration.
So just looking at the 50k operational over and above the 715, what is that doing over and above the 715? Because I believe that's what the 715 is for.
Yes, so that 50,000 is to provide a resource to, we don't have the expertise and the skills with regards to water quality, so it's to deal with the water quality issues going forward with consenting, with whatever's required from the water quality perspective going forward.
And just further to that, the 715 does, none of that is associated with water quality. That's all around the transfer from LHEP to the council, other than the weed harvester, which council has already approved. So the 200 and the 50 are not currently in the LTP. They are suggested extra resource in response to submissions we've received and in response to the issues around the water quality, which we are working through the task force to try and resolve, but don't have any resource to do anything about.
So the 715 is taking over the work that LHEP did. They did a lot of measuring of the water quality in the lake as part of the consents. So why are we doing it twice?
Neil can step in, but this was to try and do something about the water that we met, like trying to improve the quality, not just the measuring, doing something about it.
So, okay. So what are we going to do?
Right, so, well, clearly the biggest issue for Lakehood going forward is we need more water and water directed in the right area of the lake. It's obviously a very big issue to deal with ECAN, with involving change of consents, plan change, etc. So that's going to be something we need to work with ECAN for the medium long term. And so this allocation, this 50,000, will be a resource to work alongside that whole objective of getting a bit more water for the lake. In terms of the capital, what the Water Quality Task Force have done is we've looked at all the options going forward. We've come up with a sort of management plan of many options, and we've tried to identify what can we do immediately for the short to medium term to try and improve the situation, and operate within our current consents. So what we've come up with in the proposal is to create another intake off the current intake that will divert water into the northwestern part of the lake, and that's approximately $100,000, and that will certainly help, we believe, in the short term.
Phil?
Did you want to continue on this line, because I was going to talk about the toilets?
Probably continue this line until we get conclusion, come back for the toilets, yeah. Caroline?
Thanks. I've read the NEBA report and there was recommendations in there, all of which were costly. Have you tuned those down to what ones you're going to prioritise on in that NEBA report? Like the sludge, or putting the phosphate buffers at the river and the Carters Creek intake, or the stirring it up, or whatever. I mean, clearly taking the water out was not an option. Also, in the submissions, someone's got a hearing note. We've written hearing note. The ECAN, the flow in the water, is an ECAN job, isn't it? So we're just going to lobby ECAN to say, give us more water, or let us take our 2.5 cumics out, or 2.8, or whatever it is.
That's something.
That right?
That's something we definitely need to work with ECAN about how we can do that.
And who pays for that? I mean, surely we don't pay for that. It's an ECAN job. Why are we paying for that?
Well, it's our lake. It's a consent we need for the lake.
Well, ECAN need to do their job. If it's our lake, it's, we could argue something. So is that an extra person that is required in that proposal, to work alongside? Does that
Operation.
mean
It's a resource.
What's a head count?
It could be a consultant. It could be anyone that's got the resources to assist us with that whole process.
Is there an amenity rate for Lakehood, or is an amenity rate an urban amenity rate?
Does Ashburton and Lakehood?
Lakehood, yeah.
What we're really suggesting is that the work of the task force has highlighted a whole range of things that could be done.
Yes.
And we have to try and distill those down to what can we realistically do, and what do we think will have the most lasting impact, etc., etc. But there is no resource to do any of that. So currently Neil and Tanya have been on the task force, but they're not water quality experts. They're not.
No. So you get consultants.
Whatever it is, but we at the moment, whether it's a consultant, or whether we employed someone, or whatever we did, we don't have any money to do that.
Can I have your indulgence, Mr. Mayor, for it? So that $715,000 is to help you guys decide the best way forward to deal with the... No?
No, the 715 is to meet our management obligations of the Lakehood neighbourhood.
Which involves lawn mowing and pruning trees and...
Correct. All the things that LHEP used to do, which we take over from the 1st of July.
But
Some
we
of which
didn't
is...
put that in budget when we discussed that last year, did we?
Yes,
715? I thought it was less than that.
No, that's in the current budget. That does include the operation of the weed harvester, which the capital cost that we bore inside the... and remembering the physical work, we've contracted to ACL, but we have to pay them.
Yeah, of course we do.
Yeah, so that's 715, other than some monitoring of consents that the Mayor referred to, because that was what LHEP used to do, is not focused on water quality. It's focused on all the other management.
All the bits and pieces, management, okay. So the additional funding is focusing on how to fix the water.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Not currently in the LTP.
The additional funding proposal, is the task force aware of that, and do they support it?
Yes, very much so. We had a meeting this morning and it was discussed. Yep.
Richard?
My concern is the biggest beneficiaries by far of the lake being cleaner are the owners that live on the lake. They have a bigger benefit above the general public of Ashburton. To say that the lake is everybody's, it is everybody's, but the people who live there have the most vested interest by quite a amount, and they don't pay any more than someone who lives in the northwest section of Ellington in a house of similar value. So, of course, the people at Lakehood want everybody else to spend money to make their lake, where they live next to, better. So I'm just concerned that it could be a never-ending pit for the general rate. I say general, I'm saying the general ratepayers of Ashburton and the general raters of all of Canterbury, just to keep it going. There is, you have to be careful we don't keep spending. Other sections, the catchment group gets no funding, it's a little tiny bit of funding, and they're the ones that, for Councillor Cameron, are putting pressure on ECAN probably the most of anybody through mobilising people and all that sort of stuff.
If you lifted your little stalk up a little bit, I'd be able to see it.
Stalk.
The red light. There we go, I can see the red light now. Go.
Where was I? I am supportive, Mr Mayor, because basically we have to fix the problem. We'll try and fix the problem. We don't have any choice. So I just think there's a huge investment in Lakewood, and what the guys are trying to tackle is not unique. It's also in other lakes and rivers around New Zealand. And if we can fix it, then maybe we could sell the benefits later on. But I don't think we have any choice. ECAN, like the comment in the report saying, to try and make the water take a non-consumptive take. What does it take to convince ECAN that we're taking water, but we're also putting it back in? Like, what part of that don't they see?
I don't think we can speak for ECAN. All we can do is try and work with them to find a way where they will allow additional water to flow through the lake to improve its water quality, and whether that's via regulations associated with the Ashburton River, whether it's through non-consumptive take, whether it's through additional water from whatever other means that we might agree. We just want to work with them to achieve that. But their view of that, I don't think we can. I don't know why we can't answer for them. We just need to keep working with them. And of course, ECAN's a big organisation, and different people at ECAN may well have different views as to the best solution. So we just need to keep working on it.
Russell?
Thank you. So the 200,000 for capital works, that'll be subject to us getting consents to do that work, will it?
Only if a consent is required. Not all that work will require a consent.
We don't believe it needs consent.
Okay. Oh. All right, that's good. Yeah, I think we're caught between a rock and a hard place. There's no point in having that lake there if no one can use it because of the state that it's in. So I don't think we have a choice. And yeah, I know Lakewood residents get a benefit, but same argument. Carolyn lives very close to the domain. She gets a greater benefit from the money we spend in the domain than someone who lives in Tynwald. It's just the same argument. They get rated the same, and that's just the fairity of life sometimes.
Rob?
Thank you. 250 grand to look for an answer. I believe I possibly gave you that the other day by utilising the stock water consent if it becomes available to put in there. I'll be quite happy for a box of spates.
Happy for what? Happy for what?
Happy to receive a box of spates for that idea instead of charging you 250 grand.
There we go. Neil's racking up enough debts.
So 250,000 is roughly 0.5% rate increase, isn't it? So
No.
how's it going to be funded? It's
Capital is not a rate increase. The $50,000 OPEX is a rate increase. The 200
but the
capital
200's
is
not. And is
Yes.
this only in? Are we only thinking that this will be in year one, or will it be annual cost?
The capital expense is just for year one, and the operational cost is ongoing, 50,000 per year.
Right.
At this stage.
For how long is the 50?
We're proposing for it to be ongoing.
Once you've sorted the lake problem issue water out, then it should cease and drop into the 750.
Yes, in which case in the annual plan or something we'll reduce it or drop it out. Yep.
Someone will need to make a very good note of that, otherwise it doesn't drop out.
So noted, Mr. Chair. Made a very good note of that. Sorry, the servicing of the 200 grand, however, will increase the OPEX. So whatever the debt repayments of the 200, that will increase the 50 year on year until that debt is repaid.
Or with it being, I call it a smaller amount of compared with the bigger scheme of things, it could be just rate funded and done in one go, and then it's done. Rate funded.
That's true, you could. If that was to be the case, that would add 0.5% to rates in year
If
one.
it was $1 million, I think it should be loan funding, but when you start to go down loan funding small amounts, it means that, I think it should be rate funded, done and dusted. The capital works. Thoughts?
I think we tend to do it at about 20, is the cut-off usually for CapEx to rate fund. So 200 would be, if that was to be a precedent across the whole LTP, the rate increase would be, we'd have to do some real work to calculate that. If it was just this for a one-off as a way of testing the water, then that is about 0.5%.
20 is not a lot. Where did the 20 come from? I don't think it's come from us.
Yes, there was in my time there was discussion, maybe it was at LTP 3 years ago when we had a similar discussion around small amounts of capital being funded via debt. And the council, my recollection is it was around 20, decided that that should be rate funded to, clear it out in that particular year.
We may need to revisit that. It seems ridiculous to have loan fund something for 20,000 and spread the cost of that over 20 years or 25 years.
Of course, it just becomes part of a more comprehensive loan. We don't go out and raise a $20,000 loan.
Through the budget we've got, how much, what would it be if we went from 20 to 200?
Yes, we've got some work to do to find that answer. But as I say, if you want to do that on this particular case, that would be different to a policy decision around the whole budget.
Carla?
If we rate fund it, then it's a one-off thing, isn't it? We're not rate funding it forever, are we? It's rate funded. So it sort of confirms the one-off nature of it. Is that correct?
It's just a funding mechanism. I wouldn't worry about what it does or doesn't confirm in terms of one-off. It's one-off whether you rate, but it's still a one-off if you raise debt.
I think rate funded, it's 0.5%. What's 1% is 490 something in that? What's 1%?
Yeah, you're about right. Yeah.
Yeah, I think rate fund it. Then we're not paying 8% interest on 200,000 for 20 years.
That's right. Leanne?
It's still an item that is going to last more than 12 months. So if I look at our accounting standards, it's still going to be an asset, and by default it's going to be depreciated. And because it is a new asset, meaning we haven't got any depreciation, we might call it a loan, whether it's internally funded through internal cash flow or external, it's still the same calculation for us.
Yeah, there's not a lot of detail around what it is. It's a intake change. Change to what?
It's channel, it's intake channel.
Well, that's the second one. Second intake canal. What's an intake change?
So there's work at the intake as well. That's the 50k. So there's 100k for the channel, the new channel. Then there's 50k for work to be done at the intake, and then there's another 50k for the design of the outlet. That's how the 200 is made up.
Richard?
I believe going forward, because I've been on the Carters Creek Catchment Group, and through the zonal committee, we've funded the phosphate trial thing to extract phosphate. And if those sort of things work, this is going to be an ongoing, it's not going to suddenly stop at 200. Next year there'll be another lot of great ideas, and there'll be more great ideas, going forward. So Mr. Mayor, you're saying this will stop. I don't think it will. There'll be more. So we have to consider that if we put 200 now and spread it, next year there'll be another 200 to spread potentially as we go on, as we try and improve.
The 50, that's what Neil says ongoing. The 50, not the 200.
Yeah, but that's consent and expert advice. And I don't see this finishing for quite a while. I don't see it happening.
No, and Mr. Mayor, you may well turn out to be right. This is just something that we have assessed will have some immediate benefit and may solve the problem, or we might still get algal blooms and have to do something else. But the channel is a one-off. We won't be digging another channel. This is just a piece of work from the NIWA report that suggested, the need for additional water. We can do this with some money, and we can try it. And whether it's the silver bullet, I do know my own reading of that report is it suggested that there was no silver bullet. There'd be a range of initiatives needed to improve the water quality over a long period of time. But at the moment, we want to start eating that elephant with the first bite, and this is the suggestion.
Thoughts? Loan fund or a rate in one go? Russell?
Yeah, I'd need to see the implications of what we've done, because what we did maybe going to do around Balmoral Hall has an implication year one, and if we fund that year one as well, the implication could grow.
If we get an indication today as to how you would like us to fund that, we'll factor that into our advice to you on Thursday as to the overall impact of all the changes, and you can make a final call then.
So you suggest we don't do a call on this now, wait till Thursday?
Well, an indication, of how it's tracking would be fine, but it doesn't have to be your final call, if you like.
Okay, so the 200 loan funded, show of interest in that. 1, 2, 200 rated one go. Rated in one go.
Okay, thank you.
200 one off. Yep. Public toilet now. Oops. Phil.
Thank you. Yeah, I was just wondering why we're sort of looking at it. To me, they look like reasonably modern and smart toilets. Is there issues with them? And I bike around there quite a bit, around the lake, and don't see any lineups of people wanting to use them. So just wondering.
Yeah, through the chair, it's apparent that it's a capacity issue when there is events on. That the demand is certainly outstripping the available resource that's currently in the facility beside the boat ramp.
But if you're putting on an event, don't you have to put on toilets?
Through the chair, ideally you would, but the request has come through that that's a permanent facility fixture down there.
That's a no for me.
Oh, okay.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Mayor. They do bring in portaloos for events, but people don't want to use them, and so they will stand there with their legs crossed until they can get into one of the other toilets. But certainly with the events, you'll see big queues waiting to use.
And that's their choice.
Yeah, that's.
How many people requested these toilets at Lakewood?
That was the Lakewood Extension project, and they have, you know that we meet with them quarterly and have been for about 6 or 7 years. They have raised it a number of times before, but they are the ones that have asked for it to be brought forward.
No, I don't think. You may have put it in the budget early on, but I don't think we were made aware of it, that these were additional toilets at Lakewood. I don't think. I can't recall. You get so much information. I don't believe they're a necessary need there, but anyway, Liz.
Do we know how many events a year that they have? How many times a year that they need this?
Oh, I'm not privy to that information.
I'd like a few more details first, I think.
There must be a business case on this then. Because how much is it? 270,000, no doubts, for them?
No, through the chair, it's 1.168. It's a 10 cubicle facility.
So currently it's in year 4 to 10 of the LTP supporting information for 1.43 million.
I think we might request a business case for that amount of money to be spent, which I don't think we're aware of it. Richard?
It wasn't, because I remember looking at it at the time, but it was outside the year 3. So it was in the year, it was out because it was a block of, was it 4 or 5 or something like that? Maybe but it was out so far. That's the risk of having everything out so far that it.
So hence there would have been no business case because it was in year 4 out.
Yes, exactly.
And now it's trying to be brought into year 1 and 3 with no business case.
I'm not keen to bring it forward.
That's
I'm not keen to bring it forward.
Yeah. The request has been to bring it forward, and because it was in year 4 plus, we never saw a business case. I think that would be right.
I just need some advice from someone as to exactly where it sits and where the business case went, and I don't know off the top of my head.
Through the chair, in the original AMP, Asset Management Plan, it was sitting at about year 8 or 9, and at the December budget setting round when we discussed and you'll recall we jockeyed a number of public convenience replacements, it ended up and it is currently sitting in year 2. and that's on the sheet on the in Stella on the front page of these deliberations, where it's the uninflated capex schedules.
Can we point us to that page on Stella? And the submissions, long-term plan submissions?
There it is there.
Liz, you got a question about looking at it?
Not a question, but I don't think it needs to be brought forward to year 2.
It's not done.
You can take it out again.
It's not done. What page are you on?
Some help here, guys.
So if you look on page 104, under
Which
in the summary of feedback, general comments, in the request from LHEP, it says that the proposal to construct new public conveniences at Lakewood be included in the plan, but that they be provided for year 2 rather than in years 4 to 10. So they've made a request asking it to be brought forward to year 2. And I think we should wait.
It was year 8 in that plan, and then they were asking it to bring forward. So, yep, if we'd done year 8 in detail, it would have been highlighted, but we did not do year 8 in detail. I think the general feeling around there is it stays where it is. There's no movement on it. It'll get a fresh set of eyes at the next long-term plan. I think there's nods all around. Yep.
So long as it's definitely in that time period.
It's year 4 to 8.
Yes.
We'll just confirm that, but it looks like a request to move it forward. So the current draft LTP budget doesn't have it in years 1 to 3. And so we won't need to change anything. All we're doing is saying to the LHEP we're not bringing it forward if that's council's will.
I think it's a nice to have, not a must have. Richard?
Can you please have a look at the uninflated capex expenditure? It's a tab in the, you know, what's it in the whole LTP section. And if you go to that tab and have a look, it's all the capital and how we were going to spend it.
You're going to have to guide us a bit better.
So if you go to, I'll go back, start again. So go to the LTP 2434 tab, the brown one, and then go down. It's called uninflated capex expenditure. I'll just bring it up.
48 page.
And if you go to page 28, that's the list of the toilets, and there it is. There's Lakewood at year 2.
Yeah, it is in there year 2. How did that happen?
Right?
No, that was
That's the last long-term plan.
The last one.
So in terms of the supporting
Yes,
information,
it's not in this one.
in terms of the supporting information for this LTP, it's in year 4 to 10, for 1.4 mil.
Be another one, is it?
So that's what went out to the community.
Yeah. So that's the last long-term plan. So it's been pushed forward in this plan.
Yes.
Yeah. Right. So it's not in any budgets at the moment.
It's still in the budget, so it's still in the 10-year budget.
But not the year 1 and 3 budget.
Correct.
Correct. Yeah. Right. And that's where we want to keep it.
That's your call.
I think that's right. Yep. Yep. All good. Richard, you do your lot of?
Yeah, sorry.
We had a workshop on public conveniences, and that's where we kind of set the plan going forward. So that's where I can kind of remember seeing this and remember how we did that, and we worked out which ones were necessary. So I remember that conversation, but yeah,
still.
I think Retire Huts is in this long-term plan, yeah, for toilet. Well, just on that, the 1.168, is that just for one toilet block? Is it separate?
Through the chair, yes, it's a comparable one to Require in terms of 10 cubicles, 10 unisex cubicles, and the associated infrastructure for getting power and services down to that location.
For years, people have been asking for a toilet block somewhere in Tynwald, and unfortunately it's finding the right spot for it because we don't own any land on that corridor, but yeah, it's an awful lot of money.
In exactly 3 years' time, another council will decide that fate.
Is that TIF fund or whatever it's called, does that still, can you still apply to that for funding of toilets? Tourism Infrastructure Fund.
I believe that fund's closed currently.
Closed now?
Still collecting the monies, are they not, as they come through the airport?
They're talking about increasing that up to $40, I think, per person instead of 35. So, and half goes to DOC and half goes to.
Still being collected. Perhaps an inquiry should be as to where it is going. The Minister of Tourism will look after that, wouldn't he? Chris Pittsey, Minister of Tourism? I thought it was Matt Ducey, yeah. Might be a question for Matt Ducey on that fund. Yep. I could do that. Next. Right. Is that Lakewood done?
So I think next was to work through the policies.
Revenue and financing policy.
So maybe just give us a couple of minutes just to get the right people down here.
Can I just ask a really quick question? The jumping platform, how much did that end up costing? I see it says here council used 35,000 of the Better Off funding to fund it. That wasn't the total cost though, was it?
That's what we're told it cost.
Was it around that?
There was a lot of in-kind, I think,
Yeah.
or some in-kind.
Okay.
We'll get a page number shortly.
So there's a separate document on Stella called LTP Policies Feedback, I think it is, something like that.
Under deliberations?
Yep. Summary of feedback. So just starting on page 1.
Got it. Good, all got it. 1 to 60 pages.
I've done some updates in the slides if you can put on. It's not very. I have the printout, I can make it rapid.
Just do it. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, we've just changed guard. Give the mayor a wee rest. So we're on LTP policies, feedback consideration. We've got the summary feedback for deliberations open. Mark, leave it to you.
Okay, so we'll just take you through a quick overview of the feedback we received and sort of work through each policy one by one in terms of the issues that were raised. So first of all, covering the revenue and financing policy, which, as you know, is sort of the policy that sets out how council will fund its activities, the different mechanisms that we'll use, and what portion will sort of be funded publicly, like through a rate type mechanism, as opposed to privately as like a user charge or lease, for example. So in terms of the feedback, we didn't get a huge amount of feedback on these, but the major issue for the revenue and financing policy was obviously around the stock water management issue, which was received 76 submitted comments, and that was also highlighted through the whole stock water conversation as part of the LTP engagement. In terms of other submissions, there were so in terms of that, there was sorry, can you just highlight that one? Four submissions
on the policies.
Yep.
On the policy and the whole revenue and financing.
Okay.
76 comments.
We can't hear, sorry, because
Yep.
no
So
microphone on.
there were 4 submissions that on the policy itself, 3 favouring it as it stands, and 1 selected no option. So this was the whole policy we're talking about, and then 76 submitted comments on the stock water funding issue. So I'll just get Richard to sort of cover the summary on the stock water issue.
So you'll have seen and discussed yesterday the key decision 4 on stock water, and you'll know from the summary of feedback that there were a number of people who made comments that related to funding, and what we did in dealing with that feedback was we essentially transferred them into this debate. And there were, by my count, 76 separate comments from slightly less than 76 submitters, because some people commented on 2 or 3 aspects of the funding. The 2 issues that attracted the most comments were related to user pays. 26 people that supported a user pays approach, 14 who did not want to be charged for a service that they didn't use. So you can see those 2 comments are broadly 2 sides of the same coin. 7 submitters were opposed to Council's preferred option. That's in addition to the 3 submitters on the revenue and financing policy form who supported the status quo. 6 submitters said that they'd like to see the public benefit aspects funded from general rates. I've described that as a neutral comment, hence the grey bar, because our existing policy and all of the policy options effectively fund the public benefit from general rates. 4 submitters felt that Council should provide some form of funding support to help people make the change. 3 submitters felt that the preferred option was unfair for properties that had small race lengths. 3 felt that declining usage made user pays unaffordable. And there were 13 other topics on a variety of issues that again were broadly not neither for nor against Council's position, but had a different angle. Taking that same information and putting it into a pie chart, you can see that about almost exactly 50% of the feedback, including both the LTP feedback and the revenue and financing policy feedback, was support for change. 16% was support for the status quo, and about a third of the comments could be best described as neutral. I want to point out that support for change is not exactly the same as support for council's preferred option. People asked for a user pays approach, and what council sought to achieve with its review of this revenue and financing policy was to address some of the existing unfairness, but we don't have the technology in place, we don't have the rating tools in the Act to enable a true user pays solution. We've simply gone with the best solution that's available to us, working with the legal and tools and the technology that we have.
Got a question from Russell.
And my question's probably more for councillors than staff, but do you think we need to change our funding on this, given the indication that was given around this table to come Thursday maybe close the network? Do we then need to change our funding thing as well, because in basically 3 years' time we won't have this? So do we need to change the funding model?
Good question. Richard?
There may be a hybrid model where this, because closing a water race, one of the difficulties is with the small block owners that, want it or don't have a source of water, and this may be a way of flushing out the ones who really need it and don't need it. If we had it that if you could retain the lower price if you signed that you didn't need the water. I'm just wondering if there's a way of doing that. It's a way of flushing out, because it'll be the most difficult parts to find when we're shutting the water race as part of our technique. I don't know, as a policy could be some worded around that.
Hamish?
Well, the outcomes of the policy will be what it will be. The intent of the policy was very much to incentivise examination of just how necessary the stock water was for those who were paying a very small amount for it. And while they were paying a very small amount, the incentives to find alternative supplies were minimised, and given council's stated intent to continue to progress closures, that was inconsistent mechanism to the stated intent. So the minimum charge is intended to incentivise the ratepayers to consider whether or not there's a better way for them to get stock water. It's probably still consistent with the overall direction of council towards a more comprehensive closure of the network, to continue to incentivise those who pay very little to examine their options.
Neil?
I agree 100%. If people don't want to pay the 700 minimum charge, they can exit as soon as they want to, and they won't pay it. So it's incentivising them to do so, and the other process will be the other process.
Russell?
But if one of those people's on one of the, if people are on one of those races that's deemed it has another purpose and will remain open, they will be paying that minimum charge for the next 3 years, regardless of whether they need it or not.
Yes, if that is the status of their water race, but they would be doing that anyway, regardless of the 3 years, because if we stayed in stock water, they would continue to do that beyond 3 years. Yeah.
Richard, we'll let you carry on with your slides.
So this is the last of the slides dealing specifically with stock water. So the objectives when council had its deliberations on the draft revenue and financing policy, our objectives in regard to stock water management activity was we wanted a more sustainable funding mechanism. We wanted to address the inequity that was present in the existing approach. We wanted to be aligned with our strategies, and in particular with Key Decision 4, and we wanted a solution that would be lawful and efficient and would take account of risk. And when we looked at the preferred option, it was clear from the consultation material that Council intended option 3 as a transitional period while it worked through the exit strategy. It certainly would serve a purpose of addressing inequities as far as the law and the technology allows us to. It aligns with Council's preferred option, and it's certainly a lawful and efficient solution that has taken into account the risks that have been identified. One of the arguments against this at the time Council selected it as its preferred option was that it may be an unsustainable increase for some properties. And then when we look at what the community has said about their views on this matter, across both Key Decision 4 and on the specific issue of funding, there is more support for change than there is for the status quo. There was a very clear message that people don't want to pay for what they don't use, and that cost increases are affecting everybody. My advice would be that your decision on the revenue and financing policy should line up with your decision on Key Matter 4. Appreciate you haven't made any decisions on either of those matters just yet, but when you do, I think it's important that the two align. In addition to the preferred option of the $700 minimum charge, you did have two other options. One was the $700 minimum charge introduced over 2 years, and the other was a $500 minimum charge. If you found the argument that the increase might be unsustainable for some properties, or you wanted to give people a little less of a minimum charge because they might face other costs, then those options are still on the table. The last point I'd note is that you had some pretty clear, very strong feedback, I felt, from water providers that the current level of investment in the network and the cross-subsidy involved in the current funding arrangement makes the price of stock water artificially cheap for people. And I know that some of you did ask questions directly of the water providers around what they saw as the price of water. So that may be something of a counter-argument around the question of what's an unsustainable increase, and it could be that it kind of becomes a self-reinforcing view. If you believe that it's unsustainable and you keep the price down, and it becomes only more unsustainable to increase it over time. So that's all I had to say on stock water.
Any discussion or questions, Richard?
And this draws us to the point around when we stop the stock water, because some was talking 3 and there was talk of 5 years and there was talk of longer time frames. The longer time frame we have, it makes the people that have the... I'm not concerned about the big users, because this policy is not about making the pie bigger, it's about how the pie is split up. Because effectively, if the minimum charge goes up, the per metre rate goes down. So it's not about more revenue, it's about the same revenue being split differently. And there will be some users that have a small race and want rid of it as soon as they possibly can, but can't get rid of it if we've said 4 or 5 years, because we're catching them there. So we need to ensure that this policy lines up with our 3 years, what Richard said. So I totally agree with that logic. So I would be, if we're going to shut the race, I'd be happy to go for 2 years, because that would give the ones doing it now time to engage, time to look at their races shut, because we've actually, instead of hitting them with a stick twice, we're giving them the chance to change within a year, rather than just instantly going in hard as it was. So I would be happy to soften the minimum charge over a 2-year period, is what Richard suggested.
So that's that option C, increase minimum charge to $700 by 25-26, which is in 2 years' time. Any other comments? Neil?
I'd go to 700 because then it's locked and loaded. We've tried lifting this minimum charge over the years and we in council don't even lift it as it's supposed to. Last long-term plan was supposed to go up in increments of 3 lots and we didn't implement it, which made the matter worse. So one go at 700.
So that will be an increase in year one, 700. Yep. Anyone else got any comments on that? Bit of an indication then. Year one, bump it up to 700. Have you changed your mind, Richard? Yep, no, fair enough. So there were 3. Everyone? Yep. Okay. So as is at 700, sorry. Preferred option. And we did try to do this 3 years ago and it didn't fly, and I think now's probably the time to do it, so makes sense. The next decision.
So, Tara will just take you through some of the other issues that were raised as part of the submissions on the revenue and financing policy.
Thank you. Apart from stock water management, which was our major issue that we consulted on other issues that were the minor adjustment in the funding sources. For few of the activities, we suggested that the funding split should be altered to transparently explain how these activities are funded, but we have not received any response on that question.
And we're on page 22, I think, or 21, 22. Yeah, that summary, sorry.
We have received for another question where we asked that we are splitting airport activity and reserves and campgrounds into separate activities. We have received a submission which said that within the airport activities, its functions or activities should be splitted into commercial activities should be part of commercial activity within the policy, and recreational activities that happen on the airport should be part of campgrounds and reserves. But the detailed submission can be found on page 22 of the summary document. But how we have proposed the policy or airport activity in this policy is a sort of catering what the submitter is suggesting, that 40 to 60% general rate is acknowledging the public wide benefit part of the activity, and 40 to 50% fees and charges portion is acknowledging user benefit or user pay. So it is up to council to discuss on it. Then there were other few activities within the policy that we have gone out with status quo to continue, and we have not received any comment on it. There was on the business and economic development activity, which was a part of the activity where we have proposed status quo, but we have received submission via LTP submission that can be found on page 24, and it was from Federated Farmers, where they say that this activity is currently funded from 100% general rate and mostly is paid based on the capital value of the property, and whoever has a higher value property is basically contributing or paying for this activity. So the full review of this activity should be taken, and there are different recommendations they have done in their detailed submission that can be found on page 24. But our response to this submission is we did Section 17A review of this activity in July 2023 and found it to be cost efficient, effective, and appropriate means of service delivery, and another review was agreed upon prior to next LTP. So I think.
So just a question from me. I know that there was a couple of other submitters in the general long-term plan submission process who talked about increasing the funding for economic development for the tourism and the Methven Community Board. Does that tie into this, or is that come in a totally separate?
Thank
Tony?
you. Thank you, through the chair. So tomorrow when we do the rest of the general submissions to the long-term plan, because effectively they're budgetary type decisions, they'll flow into that conversation there. This is purely how you're going to put the money into the bucket as the revenue and financing policy.
Okay, and that's good. Thank you, Richard.
I would 100% support the submitter's response there, and I think we should be changing it from 100% general rate to other means, because obviously it is, and it's dead right what they've said, the rural ratepayers who have the high capital value pay all the rate, whereas if I look at maybe the tourist business it's purely operates on its skill of the operator, doesn't have a high capital input, doesn't pay any general rates because they've operated the skill, not of their capital base. They don't pay into it. That's the anomaly of it.
Any other comments? Because the 17A review was done last year, how often, like, you wouldn't need to do another one for 5-10 years, would you? Is that correct?
Once every 6 years, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. But the council resolution in July last year when they adopted that, Section 17A, was that they would look to do a high-level desktop review ahead of the next LTP, which is in 2027.
Okay.
Exciting.
Right. Everyone happy with that?
So I guess we were just really seeking direction in terms of the policy as it's come to you now, and what I'm hearing is leave Stockwater as it is currently proposed. Was there any other changes you wanted to talk through?
Carolyn?
Is this the opportunity to talk about the buying local and a premium on that? Is this when you would discuss that? No?
Tony?
Sorry, through the chair, you can discuss anything you like. I was just going to make the point that the procurement policy is the policy that covers off the
yeah, I
buying
knew
local.
that. Thank you, Tony.
Neil?
I think Richard asked a question early on about funding of Lakewood, etc. This is the revenue and financing policy, is how it's funded. So if you're signalling any changes, it would be in here. Like it's 50% amenity rate, 50% general rate. So this is where it's done.
Richard?
I should bring that up then if I was true to course before. The reason I bring it up is because the value of the only rating benefit the extra cost to people that live at Lakewood is only through the increased value of their house rather than the benefit of living on the lake. And I understand that house values potentially could have dropped because the lake was dirty because people didn't like it. But the same, as we make the lake the benefit to them will increase. It's no different to if we put a new motorway in, that house will benefit from the motorway beside it. So I just think that we should be thinking about having a separate rate which does look at the benefits of living at Lakewood itself, because it is a separate community, no different to Methven has a separate rate for living in Methven.
Yes, we do. How would a Lakewood amenity rate work? Because Lakewood is included in the Ashburton Township rating district, so how would you separate those out, Hamish?
You'd have to do a considerable amount of work on defining the boundaries of a Lakewood amenity area, and we'd have to assess what amenities were fairly charged to that area that were presumably currently being paid for by the Ashburton amenity rate, and then I am sure there would be some Local Government Act process to follow around establishment of a new targeted rating area, and it would inevitably involve consultation and another hearing process to establish that. If I'm even vaguely right, that's not likely to be achieved by Thursday.
Tony answer that.
My CE is absolutely correct.
Neil?
Of course, he's correct. That takes a little while to do it, but for identifying Lakewood beneficiaries, that has been done and has been in place for many years because they had sewage and water, which Lakewood had their own rating, whatever you call it, area. Because that has been, they have had their own rating area before. So that work has been done. It's sitting there, just not being used like it used to.
Only.
Thank you, through the chair. That's correct. So there have been distinct boundaries in the past. The issue would be that we haven't signalled to that community that there is that option on the table, and they haven't had that understanding of what the rating implications of that could be, based on the numbers we were talking about earlier. If it was 750,000, for example, split across a relatively small number of households, even if it was split 50-50 with the general rate, it's still a rate increase that we didn't talk to them about.
Do the Lakewood residents still pay a fee that went into the, yes, everyone's nodding.
Yes.
So that's still ongoing?
Yes, but that's nothing to do with us.
No, I realise that, but they still pay that fee to get the lawns.
Well, we're only an anecdotal observer of that process,
Yeah.
so we might think we know the answer to that, but given it's not a council charge and we don't collect it, we've got, it's irrelevant to the council,
Okay.
I would suggest.
No. Russell?
Thank you. I think, was it 6 years ago we brought Lakewood under the Ashburton amenity rate?
Yes, it would be.
Yeah, because they weren't paying one, and then their argument was, what benefit do they get from the parks and reserves around Ashburton when they lived at Lakewood? But we did bring that in, so they were paying an amenity rate.
They were paying the rural amenity rate,
Yes,
and
we brought them in under the
took
urban.
umbrage at coming to pay the urban amenity rate.
And I think I remember the argument was that they paid the separate charge to whatever, so they didn't want to pay more. Neil?
We generally review this policy every 3 years because it lines up with LTP, but you can review it as more often if you want. And if you wanted to review a little portion of it, like say Lakewood, there's probably an opportunity to do it through the annual plan, same process. So just signalling that if the councillor wants to do it, he can suggest and ask for it to be done. It's not a no, you can't do it. It's yes, you can, but there's a little bit of work involved.
I guess the other thing that it would trigger, so for example, if they decided on a separate rate for Lakewood, that would trigger some requirements under Local Government Act, so it would have to advertise the fact that that was going to be the case and go through the process.
Richard?
But I think this is a conversation that we can keep having, because once ECAN comes out with its long-term plan and they talk about when they're going to do with the Carters Creek, Lakewood, there's a growing conversation around the cleanliness and where it's going in the next couple of years. And it may be that the Lakewood residents are quite happy to pay a bit more if it means that we can improve their lake quicker, or they can, for the people living there, they may be willing to chip a bit more into the pot to actually speed up the process of making their lake cleaner.
Any more comments on that? Would you like any further information on any issues? Is that enough? You've got enough from us? So is that the finish of revenue and finance policy?
No, that is, unless there's anything else you want to raise.
Anything else from anyone? Leanne, have you got your light on?
Through the chair, there was just the two that came up around Haven Housing and the Mark Howden one where he presented. I didn't know if I needed to cover those off.
That's next. Rates remission.
Rates remission. Excellent. We've got policies all afternoon, is that right? So, looks like are we being on 3 o'clock? Oh, look at that. We'll break now for 15 minutes. We'll break now for 15 minutes for afternoon tea, and we're back to do rates remission policy, the development contributions policy, rating boundary changes, community engagement policy, and we look to wrap up about 4 o'clock-ish. Thank you. Right, welcome back everyone. Quick break and we're back on to the rates remission policy. So this is all in our summary of feedback for the, what page is it? 27 to 37. Hand over to you, Mark. Or so, Tabea.
So rates remission policy is one of the policy that we have consulted on alongside LTP. We have received 6 submissions on the policy. We asked 3 main questions that should be exclude waste collection charges from all the remission scenarios that are mentioned in the policy. We have received 1 submission that was in support of it, 2 didn't support it, and 2 didn't know. The other question was the inclusion of policy, rates remission policy on Maori freehold land. 2 supported the proposed policy, 1 didn't know and 1 didn't support it. And the other was procedural clause on the water leaks, which was supported by 3 people and 1 did not support it. So in terms of detailed feedback regarding exclusion of waste collection charges, one of the submitters said that memorial halls and community facilities should not be charged for waste collection. So our proposal that we should charge for, we should exclude waste collection from the remission. So the submission was opposite to that, and the officer response is mentioned in the summary document, but in short, section 9 allows, of the rating act allows council to charge for the targeted rates, even if council is remitting rates on certain facilities. And the reason behind is that it incurs, that service incurs an ongoing charge. It is different than a wastewater or water service, which is the infrastructure is there, but for this service you have to have the truck that does the job every week.
I'll just go to a question from Neil.
Is look at the contiguous property one, and this is not a remission policy issue, but we need to deal with it somewhere. The comments are in 35, 36, but I can't find that document. There's so many of them, but what was the officer's comments on that?
So this is in the LTP policy summary of feedback for deliberations. Page 35 has got all the officers' comments on it, if you can find it.
There's 19 documents to look at, just tell me.
Right.
So, do you want me to read it out?
Oh.
Yep.
Okay, so the comment, this is Mark Howden's submission that we're talking about.
That's right.
So council has not consulted on a remission policy on this topic, as there has not been the requirement to do so. The issue is covered under section 20 of the Local Government Rating Act, which provides for rating units operating in common ownership used jointly as a single unit and contiguous. It is not a remission policy issue. Section 20 states that if 2 or more of the rating units are A, owned by the same person or persons, and B, used jointly as a single unit, and C, contiguous or separated only by a road, railway, drain, water rates, river or stream, then the units must be assessed for rates as if those units were one. On council's website is the rating units in common ownership contiguous application form that a ratepayer must complete, confirming the ratepayer meets the above criteria, so council staff can then assess the properties as one.
That's exactly right. Where we get an issue and is when you have a piece of land side by side. One is the Liz McMillan Trust, and the other one's just Liz McMillan. They call them 2 ownerships, so you'll pay 2 UAGCs, but you're the owner of both. But it's and that's I think that's what he's talking about. Same owner, but has different names.
Legally, of course, they're not the same owner.
Correct. Yeah. And then you also get it again. I've had it myself, where you have the block of land, and next to it you have a council pit, a gravel pit, which you lease as part of your property. And the pit is under the name of Ashburton District Council, the farm's under the name of Neil. Side by side, farmed by the same person, but two different ownerships, and the gravel pit could be 500 square metres, and you lease it or because that's the right thing to do, and you keep it tidy, whatever you, but you pick up, because it's separate ownership, you'll pick up a $700 odd UAGC on that little piece of land because you're the leasee, you're obliged to pay it. It's just not worth, you give the pit back because it's not worth paying that and the lease fee because it just over capitalises there's the issue. I don't know how you sort it. And I have no view either way, but that's what he's talking about, I think.
Yes, I'm not sure. That may well be what he's talking about. In terms of the way you've described it, Mr. Mayor, the legislation talks and so the three things have to be true before only one UAGC, the assessment is one unit. So you have to have the same ownership. They have to be contiguous and they have to be used as one operation. So all three of those have to be true. It can't be or something similar, or the person in the background looks the same. None of that is legally true.
And on the flip side, I've had a block of land and bought another piece of land next door, which was in a different ownership, but then came into my ownership. I never picked up another UAGC because it was contiguous, had a different title. So it does work the opposite way too. But I think it's the law, not the... Yes. It's not our problem, it's the law. Yeah.
And we're not saying that our rating roll is perfect either, so we continually work to get it as right as we possibly can, and receiving information back from ratepayers in the community and those interested in this topic will assist us to improve the accuracy of the roll. But where it collides with the law, we're home to try.
Leanne, did you have something to add?
There's always the possibility down the track of consulting on a remission policy that does allow different names. So the section 20 is the bare minimum. Council can look at adding a remission policy, but we haven't consulted on that at this stage.
Tony?
So how big an issue is it?
Who wants to answer that? Hamish? Leanne?
Very, very hard to answer that accurately because we administer the role as well as we can, and while there may be some anomalies, it's very hard to know the extent of that.
Yeah.
It won't be as extensive as some people think, though.
Correct. Our biggest risk is when people subdivide, and we then, because QV always values land at best use of the land, and so we rate that way, and we don't know, because they're subdividing, one assumes they're subdividing to sell, which is not using as a common use. Then we get the challenges when they end up retaining them, and we won't know in advance.
So we only know we've got to this, we've got perhaps call it an issue, which is not extensive, it's a very small issue, I think. But the opportunity to fix it was here, but we've missed it. And as remembering that in 3 years' time will not be easy. So I wonder if as we're going through the process, we've now got perhaps a change to a Lake Hood targeted rate for their lake. There's one issue which we can't deal with now, so we may have to do that later. This might be another one where we're developing a little list of things which we can't change now, but we're flagging we want to change in the future. Make sense?
That's good. I can see everyone noting that down. Russell?
And it does affect me directly. I've got a corner of my property, shingle pit, leased from council, so I pay UAGC, and then also, unfortunately, it has a stock water race going through part of it, so I'm going to be paying $700 for that as well. So give it back is a very good option.
Your council thanks you.
Richard.
It's just to clarify though that any property, any house on a property, you pay UAGC on every house. So some people could think that if I join two farms together with two houses, you still pay two UAGCs because you have two houses. it's not a way out of paying a UAGC on every house.
No, there's not.
Yeah.
And what Russell will probably do is that shingle pit, which has a water race and a UAGC on it, he will give it back, and then who will have to maintain it? The owner, who is the council. So the council will be worse off if it was contiguous with his other property. He would look after it and save the council, being the ratepayer, money. So there is some merit in thinking this one through, I think, with a live example.
So that's been noted along with the Lakewood amenity. Yeah, thank you.
So another submission that we have received was from Haven Housing about introducing a remission criteria for charitable housing providers or giving them space within the criteria that we already have about community facilities. So this is for council to decide, but their detailed submission and officer response is in the summary document, page 36 and 37.
Can everyone see that response? Don't need it read out again. You're right, Neil? You've seen it? Yep. Any comments?
I feel for them because they, if you're in a retirement home, you have a little bit of ownership in the retirement home. Here, and you get rates rebate. Here you can't get rates rebate because they're not the owner of it, yet they're the, in fact, they are paying the rates through their rental. And they're caught where they probably deserve the rates rebate, but because they are paying it through their rental. I don't know how you fix it, but I feel for them.
Oh, Leanne, sorry.
So through the chair, while I'll never comment on a specific case, this type of facility, depending on their setup, may still qualify for their remission.
Rates rebate?
Sorry, no, the Haven Housing, which is a trust, may qualify for a community-based rates remission of 50%.
50%.
It says in here this would reduce rates by approximately 48% if they meet the remission criteria. So they've still got to meet that criteria, and do we have any indication that they will or not?
I do have the answer for that, but it would not be appropriate to put that in the public arena.
Fair enough. Carolyn?
That was my question. What are the criteria? Is it the rates remission policy criteria? Okay.
So that'll be in their answer.
Because I feel for them as well, given that they want to invest and develop in that.
Well, it just
That
doesn't encourage them
information,
to.
I believe, will be in the answer that is given to them.
I can confirm that I've been in contact with them.
That's good. Great. Richard?
I still remember though that every dollar you give to someone else has to pay it. So that 52,000, if they had no rates, that'd be the interest on $1 million of our debt. So every dollar you give out, someone else has got to pay. So that the people on low incomes that own a house will have to pay some more rates to pay for this. So you just have to be careful you don't.
That's right, but they'll pay in proportion to the capital value of their property, and so the people with higher capital value, which is deemed to broadly equate to wealth or capacity to pay, will pay more than the low income property or low value property.
Right. Rates. Are we doing rates postponement now? Have you got? Oh, sorry. We better go to this.
Yep. So I guess we've got some notes around looking at a contiguous one. Was there anything else that you wanted us to follow up from any of those submissions for a later time?
Doesn't look like it. No. Everyone happy?
Cool.
Thank you.
So the rates postponement policy, we have also consulted on that policy, but have not received any submission or any response on this policy. We did ask 3 questions. That was about introducing clause regarding rates rebate, like if someone is eligible for rate postponement, and they are also eligible for rates rebate. So it is, the policy encourages them to apply for rates rebate too. Then we included a rates postponement policy on Maori freehold land. And we also proposed a procedural clause which said that in case of applying for rates postponement, any legal fees, land registration fees, or any of the cost will be paid by the applicant. But we haven't received any submissions, so.
Thank you. So I don't think we can discuss anything if there's been no submissions received. So the next one was, unless anyone has anything that they want to bring up. No. We're on development and financial contributions policy, page 41.
Yep.
Richard?
We received 3 submissions on this policy. We received a submission from Mr. James Gilbert of Freedom Villages, who ticked the box that council should adopt the policy as a whole. We had a submission from Mr. Richard Bruce, who said that we should adopt some parts and change others. And you'll remember that Mr. Bruce came in and spoke to you on, might have been Monday. Yep. And there was a third submission from Mr. Murray Hawkes, who said that council should reject the policy and go back to the 2021 policy. Safe to say there was no clear public view on the 3 options.
Can I just ask the question now? So there was, I know we heard up at Mount Somers, and I'm sure I've read in a few of the LTP submissions about the development contribution for Mount Somers, the increase in that. Do you include that feedback in here, or does that go into general feedback? How does that work?
So I didn't pick up in any general LTP submissions that there were people that addressed development contributions. So I haven't factored that into this presentation.
There was 1 or 2, I thought, but I'd have to go back and check. I'll go to Neil.
What was the 2021 policy? How different is that to what we have today?
The 2021 policy obviously differs because it doesn't include a contribution for Methven Springfield. It doesn't include a contribution for Mount Somers. It doesn't update our development contributions for the changes in the capital expenditure program, and it doesn't address the issue of lower impact residential developments. In making his submission, Mr. Hawkes' point was that the council should take development contributions at subdivision, and that's a change which council's already asked officers to look at. We are doing ongoing work on that, and all going well, we would hope to consult on its introduction in 2024-25. So it would, if I was to use a cliche to describe his suggested solution, it would be throwing out the baby with the bathwater. Not that I advocate throwing babies anywhere.
Richard?
Yes, it was the submission. It was Sarah Stanaway and Robert Shakur from Mount Somers District Citizens Association. If you go to page 767 of the second book, Sarah the Mount Somers District Citizens Association did a verbal one, but Sarah Stanaway mentioned it down the bottom.
Yeah, I thought that they had done a submission on that. It just says development contribution fee for Mount Somers shouldn't be higher than the rest of the district. So that was the only comment in there. Neil?
Yeah, that consultation that's going to happen in 24-25, when are you going to start that?
I would like to start that with a view to it being completed by the end of March 2025.
it would likely be tied in with the inner plan process.
So there could be two other things to consult on as well, which we've just mentioned in amongst that, yeah.
Any other comments on that? I really thought we would get a lot more feedback from Mount Somers. I know we got it at the meeting that we attended. There was a lot of questions on it, but it doesn't look like it's flowed through. And we didn't put a cap on it because we thought we might get some feedback. Oh well.
Yeah, the only thing I could add to the advice, given that there is a hole in my advice, is that the option that you have in regard to Mount Somers is the option of putting in place a cap to lower the development contribution at Mount Somers, and you did debate that at the time you adopted the draft development contributions policy, and at that time the view was that the costs should fall where they lie. That it remains an option if you wanted to review that position.
What's everyone's feelings on that? Russell?
Without the submissions asking us to look at that, it would be difficult to pluck it out of the air, I believe.
Yeah. Richard?
It is a citizens association, so it is,
yes.
It is a community group, you think.
Any other comments? No, I think we're just going to have to leave it as is, and then probably in a year's time, if we do go back and look at the DCs as a whole, then that's probably a time to look at them. Good, eh? Next.
There were three key issues identified in the policy, and the first one was the updating of the value of the development contributions, of which the most significant change was Mount Somers, and clearly we did at least have one submission on that topic. We did introduce new DCs, and again we did have one submission on Mount Somers Water. And the third key issue was the changes to introduce greater fairness and flexibility into charges for lower impact residential development, and that was supported by one submitter, Mr. Gilbert.
Any comments?
So there are three questions, and the other questions you've answered in respect of all five of the key decisions and the other policies as well. I just note that any decisions that Council makes on the long-term plan that impact on capital expenditure that is listed in the schedules to the policy, we will make those changes to the schedules. And you may be yet to make some of the you're yet to make any formal decisions at this point, but you may have made indications, and there are other matters on which you are yet to make indications. So with that clarification, I think it's in your hands.
Right, anyone got any views? No? Keep going. All good. We're nearly there.
This next one was around the changes to proposed rating boundaries. So you remember that we consulted on 5 changes to rating boundaries. I think we received one submission on these and one just yesterday, a late one. So you may choose to treat this as a late submission or not. But we can briefly go through these now if you want us to.
Do we have that late submission?
Yes, we do. Yep.
Oh, yep. Okay. Yep.
So the first one was to do with Mount Somers water supply. and essentially they are in the boundary, as I understand it. So it was sort of a tidy up to ensure that, and they're already being charged the rate, so it was a tidy up of the boundary to reflect that. Yeah.
Any questions, comments? I presume that a map will be sent to them in reply?
Yes,
Yep.
everyone who was affected received a letter
Okay.
explaining the change and seeking their feedback, so these are as a result of that. And then the second one was just yesterday, so this was property in the Rakaya waste collection area who did oppose the change. I can show you on the map where they are if you want me to.
Yeah. So we don't have that on our Stella because that's obviously just come in straight.
That's right.
Right. Yesterday.
So as I understand it, so this, sorry, just let me move it down a bit. The black area is current as it stands, and the white area is the area that we're looking to add. So this property is in here, is that correct? Yep. So they are not supporting the change.
Gail and Ian Thompson.
So if we decided not to include them, that white line would just go straight across.
Yep. If you wanted to change it, yep.
So they were only included because it was a right.
They are, well, you can't see it because of the age of the aerial photography. They got building consent just under 2 years ago, and they're now living on the property. And the guidance that we've had in the past is generally when we put forward a proposal, we don't sort of do the opt-in, opt-out thing. It tends to be all or nothing because you otherwise start to undermine the economics of your collection service.
And there's no chance.
At the end of the day, it's still council's decision where you put the line.
And there's no chance of anyone else owning building a house. They own that whole area, I'm guessing. I've got Neil, do you know?
Yeah, that land has all been subdivided. There could be more houses go in that little area. There's one there at the moment.
Okay.
Which wasn't there 2 years ago, but there could be more in 2 years to come, or year to come, or whatever.
Right.
I'd leave as is.
Russell?
I'm the same, leave as is. If we start this opt-in, opt-out thing, it'll become an endless chain of doom, really.
Can we go back to the words so we can read what their submission was? So you've responded there saying it's not an opt-in, opt-out service. Yeah. Any other comments? I think would be, we've already had requests for the green waste to be opt-in, opt-out. I think if we did an opt-in, opt-out on this, we dig ourselves a wee hole. Happy with the officer's response? Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Everyone? Yep.
So that's the rating boundary changes. There wasn't any other submissions to any of the other proposals. So I'm assuming that you're happy with those to go as is.
Just on that late submission, there's only one of them, was there?
Yes.
You haven't sent it to us, have you?
No, because we knew we were talking to you today.
I think you should.
Yep.
So that we've seen it. Because I want to read it in depth.
Yep.
It's my.
I think
there'll be questions.
All the text was on the slide, but we can send it through.
That'll be good. Then we've just got it to look back on if we need to. Thank you.
Okay, and the final policy was the community engagement policy. So this is the otherwise known as the significant engagement policy. It sets out I guess how we assess something as significant, and as a result of that, the sort of engagement approach that we might take to that particular issue. So there was a number of small changes we were proposing as part of this. We received 2 submissions on it. And you'll see there the key issues that were raised and the views of the submitters. So there wasn't anything too significant in that policy that came through, but I'm happy to discuss any of those items.
Thank you. And this is on page 50.
49.
52 or 51 downwards. A few comments there. One says yes, one says no.
Not really anonymous, is it?
Quite. It does balance out to 0. Where did I see it on the strategic assets? Where was that?
Page
so
55.
do you think the following buildings should be considered as strategic assets? And we get a yes for Network Centre, yes and a no for Te Whare Whakatere, and yes and no for Ashburton Art Gallery and Museum. Yeah, any comments? Leave as is. Yep, good to get feedback. Great that people submitted.
Right, all good. So we will be preparing those reports for adoption of those policies for the 26th of June with the changes that have been proposed, and they'll be adopted prior, I guess, to adopting the full LTP.
So these policies don't come back to our meeting on Thursday? They don't need to?
No, they don't. They can hold till the 26th of June.
Okay, that's good.
We will, as part of those reports, bring in the areas that you want some further work on, just to get your confirmation.
Great, thank you. Is that it for the day?
Just a quick, does audit cast their eye over these policies?
Yes, they do.
Great. Looks like we are done for the day. Thank you, everyone. Lots of good discussion. Thanks to the staff for making it nice and clear. Do we want to? No, because we need extra staff to come down for green waste. We'll leave that till tomorrow morning. We're just about being on time. I think we were due to finish at 4 o'clock today. So we're back again 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, starting off with the green waste decision at 9:10. So we'll kick in then. Russell, you've got a question.
And we're already an hour ahead with tomorrow's schedule because we've done the grants one, so
right.
We just need to have the appropriate people prepped because this is now going to be wrong for the rest of that day.
I've done a new schedule.
I think FEMCA's redone the schedule. We'll send it to them anyway.
Yeah.
Thank you.
If we get an updated schedule for tomorrow emailed through, that would be lovely. Thank you all, and we'll see you in the morning.